skill-based and, oh, I'm really good at this game and I know all this stuff about the game. So, like, there's another element of, like, elitism where I think GTA RP is just people trying to, like, interact with the system. Like, that's kind of what the difference is from, like, a spectator perspective.
You will glide to your
That's what I see.
So apparently, I have so many comments, so many people are salty, so
yeah,
blah,
it's
blah,
weird.
blah, 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 blah. It ends up that Vay just quit. She was getting hate, apparently what I've been told.
Yeah, basically what happened is that Vay, or I guess, no, it is just Vay, because she got her name changed. Soda's girlfriend got put in the raid, and so many people were harassing her and attacking her that she ended up dropping out of the raid because they said she didn't deserve the spot. It's just, again, bro, like, I would not want to touch this community again with a 10-foot pole. It's just the most toxic, annoying, obnoxious group of people that I've ever had the displeasure of dealing with.
As you aim for the ground,
like, I could deal with 1,000 mentally ill Final Fantasy furries
level out to
before I
reach your
dealt with
destination.
10 classic WoW players.
Do I think that I would do that? Absolutely not. But not everybody is the same. My whole take is, bro, if I am getting hate,
grown man,
the haters. You know what I'm gonna do to the haters? I'm gonna piss off the haters, and I'm gonna stay. Not everybody thinks that way.
That's what we did.
People are like, "Yo, fine, I'm just not."
That's what Pirate did too. But then people started like trying to dox Pirate and like get involved in like his old personal life on like the internet. They're like pulling up forum threads from 2008. Like they're trying to like find out where the guy lives. Like, it's just, again, you don't want to have anything to do with these people. They're fucking freaks. And do you remember also, like, the same thing happened with Joker? Like, Joker, obviously, like, now is kind of, like, he's a beneficiary of this. But when he ninja'd, so there was this is in Classic WoW, the original Classic WoW. So, Jokered, there was a staff that dropped. It's called the Brimstone Staff. It's not even that good. It's not best in slot. Azursong Mageblade is best in slot, but he didn't even get that. Joker ninja looted the staff to himself, and he got kicked out of his org because of it. Like, people were going absolutely crazy because of it. You know what Joker said about Pirate? He's not the good example you want to bring up. Well, here's what my point is. My point is that it happened to Joker, and people completely overreacted, and they hated him for this. They were furious at him for this. If you go back and you watch my videos, because, by the way, I defended him. I thought it was hilarious. But they didn't. Plus, it has the worst people. Yeah. Here's the thing, is if you ask 5 girls that play Classic WoW, if to tell you a story about, like, getting harassed in a video game over being a girl, you'll hear 10 stories.
Involved at all. But that's like my whole mindset. And everybody differs, so whatever, bro. If you just it's like these losers, I don't want to deal with these absolute 35-year-old cringe kids. I'm just gonna dip. More power to her.
That's exactly it. Yeah, at the end of the day, like, why exist in a space that is just hostile and toxic and unpleasant? Like, because existing to spite people is still existing in hostility. Why do you want to be in that? Why do you want to have that be part of your life? That's why Pirate left. He did, and I think that he made the right decision.
Finally, a dive can give you enough speed to rise up and over to a higher spot. Use your momentum to reach your destination.
Yeah, bro, it's not like it's really not. It's not like nobody's immune to it, because people can be like, oh, he wants chatters. It's like, bro, go watch my VOD of when I did the Yamato punishment. What a disgusting...
Everybody is gonna have toxic chatters. It's not T1's fault. It's not my fault. I've always said this. You're always going to have toxic chatters. I've been hating on the WoW communities for years. Fuck them. True, Nick. True. Pirate's a different situation, bro. If anything, he should stay. No one would have played with him. I don't think that people would have really given a shit. Here's my point, though, right? Is that I think that we can all agree that while Pirate Software could have been wrong in how he handled the situation, the response that he got was completely ridiculous. It was an outrageous response. Like, it's completely overblown. It's like, you know what it reminds me of? Have you ever had a mentally unstable girlfriend? Well, everybody has. So, anyway, and then you do something that, like, would, like, maybe it would be, like, disagreeable to her, and then she starts screaming and getting mad, like, randomly. Or it's like, oh, okay, well, like, you're driving to a restaurant, and you missed the turn to the restaurant because you were distracted, and then she gets really mad. She just wants to go home now. That's the way it reminds me of. It's like, it's just so irrational. It's so emotionally driven. It's insane, right? What the fuck, bro? Yeah, I'm telling you guys, like, Anyway, so I had this exact experience. Yeah, and I can give y'all like 5 more examples, but I don't want to start triggering people's PTSD, right? And so anyway, this happens, right? We all know this happens. That's the way it made me feel. Because you're walking on eggshells around these people that are so unstable that you don't even want to be around them. This is a social experiment. Pirate situation is completely different than how you're interpreting it. I'm sorry, but like, however you want to interpret pirate software handling how he did or didn't do something in Dire Mall, none of that is like, you don't deserve to get doxxed because you don't take accountability for a dungeon in World of Warcraft. That's mental fucking illness.
I will introduce you to others who can provide you with information about the
Complete
other
mental
wondrous things
fucking
you may do
illness.
with your Drake.
Stop defending insane shit. It's so weird. Just, it's insane.
Like, twerk chat. You pencil neck in my chat were just crying to me.
Yeah.
They were crying the entire time. You're such a shitty leader, you pussy. Why would you do blah blah? Like wiping their teeth.
Ozzy won the role on the tier 2 helmet. Ozzy should have got the helmet. Grenades won the role on Perdition's blade. White justice for grenades. There's got to be another one, right? Oh God, those are the 2 that I remember right off the top of my head. McConnell winning the onslaught girdle. I will never forget how bullshit that was. Oh my God.
Here's, I go on Discord, all the streamers
Grenades 100% should have had it. Don't break your word. No.
The sky calls. Keep your feet
See,
off the
you
ground.
think that
See you up
think
there.
that he should not have gotten it. Everybody in the guild agreed on that. The only people who said that he should have gotten it were people that weren't in the raid. That's the funny thing about it, is that everybody in the guild, like, I didn't make the decision. My guild made the decision. They said, oh, this is a bad call. Let's not do that. So you have the chatters who aren't even in the fucking guild, not to mention the raid. They've got nothing to do with this. They've got an opinion on it. Meanwhile, everybody in the guild wants to do one thing.
Dreaming?
Still mad about it. I am. Because this is what happened.
And defend that which cannot.
Do you think the community changed, or has it always been like this? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think many lower viewer content creators saw the pirate situation blow up, and they saw everybody, and everyone tried to capitalize on it. All the streamers acting like it's cool. The dog on him made chatters think it was cool. It blew away that proportion. Yeah, sure.
crying. That was so lame.
Yeah.
How lame, bruh. Ew, bruh. I was like, what, dude? What do we do? Like, bro, what is going on? Grown men, by the what is happening?
Yeah.
I don't.
These are men.
But this is the WoW community.
It is.
And I almost compare it to like it's like, well, no, it's not. It's like the W and L, like, no offense to like Kai Cenat community, like the younger generation community, but it's like 35-year-olds trying to be that community. So it makes it even cringier.
You are so right, because back when they were that community, Classic WoW was the game that was popular. So they're constantly trying to relive being 17. Hey, how do I know this? I wonder. They're constantly trying to relive being 17, so they act like it. Yeah, it's definitely right.
Like, it's really f***ed up. Like, seriously, imagine a 35-year-old sitting in their computer chair, not a streamer, going to another streamer's chat room and typing lame, like, he's typing it all, first of all.
Yeah.
Typing it all. Like, it
Cringe.
is crazy shit. So anyway, then everybody got all parasocial about, so we knew this was going to happen. This is what I was a little bit worried about yesterday.
People like last year when Miz got Emmy killed, which, by the way, he absolutely did. And when he got her killed, he got so much actual hate for that, it was insane.
About, I think I said it then. People weren't getting in the raid that their viewers wanted, so the viewers were coming and
They're
being
harassing
assholes
them.
to everybody else that did get in. It's
Our flight has
that was the
much to
problem.
offer.
Yep.
Now, I don't know, whatever, it is what it is. We all knew it was going to be like that. Would I ever get triggered by that? The haters, whatever. It is what it is. You guys are...
Yeah,
people
who
read this
cares?
shit, they really take it to heart. Like Poke, for instance. People were saying they don't like Poke. For me, f them. Just ban them. But Poke took that really to heart. I don't know the whole Poke drama thing. I have no idea.
Because he tried to pull rank and get Jesse kicked out of the guild. That's why. He tried getting him kicked out of the guild.
Come see me
Yeah, but
again.
I'm just saying. Like, he was upset about that. He came to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all crazy. These WoW... dude,
Poke was being a classic Andy himself, in my opinion. You want to know what's funny? He was the first one to die. He died on Anixia.
Dude, you WoW community losers. WoW viewers, you're losers. Again, if I'm
Caught a
talking to
good
you,
win streak
it is what it
lately.
is. You're a
Fair
loser.
skies
It
and
is
strong winds.
As I said, we learned that on the Yamato punishment. Is what it is. Anyway, let's move forward. That being said, so we're down to like, we got 40. Let's pull up the stream list first of all. Okay, so this was supposed to be.
I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, right? I just want to watch that part. That is the WoW community. And it's the same thing in retail WoW too. The reason why is because like a lot of the people that play WoW, that's the only game they play. And they are so fixated on playing WoW that that's all they think about. That's like their entire focus. That's their life. They've spent all this time on it. And so, yeah, it's like, I don't think people can understand the level of investment that people have into WoW. I felt bad for Fandy. I did too. I definitely did. It was sad to see. And that's their entire existence. It used to be you. You want to know what's really funny? Is that you're completely right. And the reason why I have this viewpoint and I'm so extreme about it is because I had to deal with this and it was me. Like, yeah, it was so fucking cringe. Fandy lost 300 hours because of bullshit RNG. Well, yeah, that's why hardcore isn't a fun game. It's just not a fun game to play. I don't know why anybody would do it, but I mean, I do know why for viewers, right? But like personally, I don't know why you would do it. You guys have it so hard being a streamer, we know. Well, it's not about having it be hard or not. It's about it cultivating an environment that's unpleasant. It's an unpleasant environment even for viewers. Because like a lot of viewers are like, this is weird. I don't want to deal with this. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? And so they just want to go somewhere else and deal with something else instead. Thinking you lost the hours is the wrong way to think about hardcore games. Well, to me, it's not, and that's the way that I would feel. And so however you feel, then you're entitled to doing that. Still money for the streamer, so how mad can you be? Well, but like that's like kind of a reductive way of looking at it, right? Because like, so this is how I see it. If you're a streamer, why would you do something that's actively unpleasant that you don't like? Like if you really don't like a community and you feel like the community is toxic and hostile, why would you make content and try to court viewers in that community? For money, right? But like just go make content for another game. There's a million other games out there that you can do. So like why are you fixating and doing it in this game? And that's the point that I'm making, and that's the reason why I stopped doing it. That's it. That's the whole reason. It's because I realized that it was not worth it to do it, and it's better to invest and build a stream in another platform in another place rather than build it off of that. Because it's from a bunch of losers.
Right here.
That's it. Easily turned around, but you hate your job, but you're getting money, so why are you complaining? Everybody complains about their job, and people don't like certain things about their job. But one thing that's true is that people will try to minimize those negative things on their job. You don't see a massive opportunity that OnlyFans provides for smaller creators despite the friction? No, I don't. I think that overall, so this is the problem, is that like for somebody like Peekaboo, it makes sense because he's already a WoW streamer. But for a lot of these people, as soon as they stop playing OnlyFans, all of the people that watched are just going to leave. They're going to immediately leave, and they're going to complain when they don't see WoW. Because those viewers only watch WoW.
How fair
they
the
only
winds
look at WoW
today.
content, they
Keep
only
your feet
play
off the
WoW
ground.
content,
Keep watch
they
for
only
our
think about it.
outposts. They're
That's
all
all
over
they
the
do.
Dragon Isles.
So if
As
you
you
make
explore,
content for
we
those
will be
people,
there to aid you on
unless
your
you're
dragon riding
sticking with
journey.
doing that all the time,
For now,
they're not going to have anything
farewell
to do with you.
and discover all.
That's it. OnlyFans equals losers. I don't think that OnlyFans, the people in it are losers. I mean, some of them are. But like, it's the people that watch it and get overly fixated about it that are the ones that are the real losers. And I think that's really been made evident. I mean, I'll tell you this, I think the chances of it happening again next year are pretty much fucking zero after all the drama that happened this year. Like, I'll tell you one thing, if I saw it, like, if I was on the fence about doing it this year, there's 0% chance I'd do it next year. That's just it. Why good graphics don't matter.
There's always been an obsession with video game graphics ever since their inception. And as years have passed, graphical technology has improved as hardware has improved, naturally. And seeing the leaps in graphics since the early 2000s has been nothing.
What do you seek? Until we meet again.
volatility for the 8th consecutive.
February 27th is Election Day in Ontario. Learn more at elections.on.ca.
When she lands phase 3, whoever has aggro, pull her in the same spot Tyler's going to be putting her.
waters flow once more. Honor all dragons. We safeguard the Isles. Until we meet again. Aztec's grace shine down on you.
Greetings. I will listen.
Is the land shifting?
I sense this may be much worse. storm. Major Domo, protect the eggs below while I distract Razagath. She will not harm our young.
Lifebinder be with you.
What has the wind brought? Beware the deep places of the earth on Sheikaiju.
The Isles have awakened. Until we meet again. The Isles welcome you. Go with the aspects. The waters flow again. May the waters protect you. I never gave up hope. Honor all dragons. We serve once more. Aspect's grace shine down on you. We serve once more.
Ashtaras Denil.
I never gave up hope. For dragonkind.
Greetings. May your days bring you joy. Farewell. Travel safe. I hope to see you again soon.
It's too far away. Out of range. It's too far away.
We defend High Mountain. I do not fear the deep places of the earth.
I need to get closer.
Our enemies will fall. Death to all who oppose us.
Do you have any news?
Stay away from the voodoo.
Watch your back.
Get closer. Too far away.
Welcome. May your days bring you joy. I hope to see you again soon. Tell me of your travels. Farewell. Oh, hello. Travel safe. May your days bring you joy. Welcome. How are you? Be good.
The eternal sun guides us.
Tell me of your travels. Travel safe. Farewell. Oh, hello. I hope to see you again soon. Travel safe.
I'm out of room. I need to get closer. I need a target. I need to get closer.
We defend against the darkness.
What now? Trust no one.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
Greetings. May your days bring you joy. I hope to see you again soon.
The Shaldori stand strong.
Welcome. Farewell. Travel safe. Greetings. I hope to see you again soon. Tell me of your travels. Welcome. May your days bring you joy. Farewell.
I need to get closer. I need a target.
A new Belore Delinar.
It's too far away.
Oh, hello. I hope to see you again soon. Farewell.
We safeguard the Isles. Waters nourish you.
Darknoon a toujours été là.
Say that the FBI... Headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state.
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
Let's see, you get a second round. Before I call on Senator Lee.
Can you just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters, where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism, should be shut down and opened as a deep state?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
As a museum. Did he say that the headquarters should be shut down?
I think he did say that.
I deserve an answer to that question. He is asking to be head of the FBI, and he said that their headquarters should be shut down.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Bell, before I go on to Senator Lee?
Simply this. The best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations. The only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation. And any accusations leveled against me that I would somehow put political bias before the Constitution are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI. Let's ask them.
Mr. Chairman, I am quoting his own word from September of 2024. It is his own word. It is not some conspiracy. It is what Mr. Patel actually said himself. Facts matter.
Don't forget that
she's getting mad.
10 minutes in the next round to say what you just said.
Okay, I'll say them again.
Okay. Before I call Lee.
She's big mad.
Just parliamentary inquiry. And it was on time. It wasn't disputing any of the debate, but I intend to keep to my 7 minutes, and I appreciate you keeping everyone to it. If we go over, can we have that decrement against the time in the second round?
Oh.
If a member goes over, that was actually 10 minutes, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure.
We're in the soon-to-be fascist America, and we're here to say hell no to Trump, to fascism, and to the whole damn system of capitalism, imperialism, which gave birth to this nightmare.
This country has fucked up the rest of the world and destroyed people's homelands and forced millions of people from the Congo to Latin America to flee their homelands and seek refuge in places like the U.S., and then they turn around and call them criminals and demonize immigrants.
We not cross the border crossed us. They stole Mexican territory. It's us territory. But Trump is crazy. Crazy motherfucker, though.
They're coming in from prisons. They're coming in from jails. These aren't people. These are animals.
If you listen to Trump, why is healthcare messed up? Immigrants. Why is there debt? Because of immigrants. Why do the police kill black people? Because of immigrants. Fentanyl crisis. Why is that? Because of immigrants. Everything. They're the scapegoats. They're sort of the spearhead for a whole fascist onslaught against people who are already most vulnerable and oppressed under this system.
This whole system is illegitimate and wrong.
Fascism, capitalism, imperialism.
The U.S. enacting coups all over the world, backing
reactionary governments, environmental destruction, people being forced out of their country because their environment is no longer livable.
Donald Trump's mass deportations are underway.
Como estamos viendo, el primer convoy de mexicanos deportados están llegando a Ciudad Juárez.
Bien, hasta ahorita tengo salud, pero de mi familia no he sabido nada.
In the name of humanity, we refuse to accept a fascist America.
That's why we need revolution. We need a whole different system.
A revolution is when millions rise up and defeat, dismantle, disarm the violent forces of this system. Actually overthrowing this system, building a whole new society, and doing so without turning into the people you just overthrew.
What would be, I guess, the ideal society to you?
One, a world without borders, where people aren't considered illegal, and one where other people are actually considered as full human beings.
We're all illegals. If this fascist regime calls you illegals, we're all illegals. So that's why we're here, is to go right to where people live and where they're most scared.
Okay, cool.
All right, what's up, you guys? We're here in MacArthur Park area, Los Angeles, California.
Ningún ser humano es ilegal. Well, can you tell me about MacArthur Park?
MacArthur Park is a neighborhood of mainly Central American, Mexican, immigrants, migrants that come here from all over the world.
People, the hard people, workers, they got fear right now. Because they don't know what's going on in the first or whatever. They're waiting for that thing, and they fear to lose the family and everything.
This is why we wanted to come here to call on them to say, New Year, no fear.
A new year, no fear. Nuevo año sin miedo. Todos somos ilegales. Well, now's the time to stand up, not cowering in fear,
not hiding in the shadows like Trump is telling people to do, but coming out and refusing to accept a fascist America.
Immigration and customs enforcement operations reportedly underway in jurisdictions all across the nation.
For somebody not from LA, how would you explain what MacArthur Park symbolizes?
Yeah, MacArthur Park is like the absolute death of urban Los Angeles.
Yeah, it looks like a scene from Tucker Carlson's Nightmare.
Yeah, it's drugs, gangs, homelessness. I'm pretty sure there was hella dead bodies in the fucking lake.
Body was found in the MacArthur Park lake.
Unfortunately, nobody we talked to was surprised by the fact that there was a body found in the lake here.
Colin, you are not going to MacArthur Park tonight. In fact, none of you are going to MacArthur Park tonight.
I mean, when I first found out about the location, I was tripping out. You know what I mean? People are out here hustling, and they're all about capitalism, I feel like.
Yeah, it's almost like a hyper-capitalistic environment. It kind of reminds me of TJ.
Yeah.
Everybody's selling some shit where you got these fences rolled out with everything under the sun. Hats, Jordans, toothpaste, t-shirts, fake IDs. We're almost in the epicenter of capitalism.
Yeah.
A straightforward barter economy.
Straight up. It's like a one-stop shop for everything.
I think there's a lot of people who they find every kind of way they can to try to sell their goods on the street, and they face all kinds of harassment as well. But there's a hyper-consumerism and obsession that people have with getting more for yourself, because there's a very meaningless existence in this country of just get more for yourself, consume more, and it's also promoted in the culture everywhere. It's why some of the more famous artists are kind of drawn to the Trump fascism, is because of that whole hustler, get mine, fuck everybody else shit is very in sync with Trump MAGA fascism. So look, this is a system that is very unlike any other capitalist country that's ever existed. This country lives like a big, fat, bloated parasite off of the people of the world, okay? And making a revolution in this country in a new world would not only be good for people who are suffering now here, but it would be a big weight lifted off of the backs of people all over the world.
It's important to note that this march was organized by the New Revolutionary Communist Party, aka the RevComs, a small political party founded in 1975 with numbers in the thousands.
My name is Annie Day. I'm with the RevComs, the Revolutionary Communists, the RevCom Corps for the Emancipation of Humanity.
Their primary cause in organizing the rally was to protest deportations by ICE, something they see as an extension of capitalism itself.
We're actually concerned with the masses of oppressed people, the people who are hungry for a different kind of world, the decent people who, even if they don't suffer from oppression, want to see an end to it. And that's who has to get mobilized, and we think we're in a rare time where that actual revolution is not just more urgent, but more possible.
Their operational plan is to overthrow the U.S. government and do away with capitalism, while simultaneously granting sovereignty to all U.S. territories.
Puerto Rico, independent day one. Other countries that this country has dominated independent day one. We might have to form another nation within the borders of what had been the United States in order to give national sovereignty to oppressed peoples, because, again, people have have risen up repeatedly for liberation, even in Puerto Rico and everywhere. And they've had their heads cut off every time they lifted up, including directly by the U.S.
The RevComs are devout followers of a man named Bob Avakian, a communist theorist who cut his teeth in the Bay Area during the 1960s, a time in which political mobilization among the youth was at an all-time high.
He came out in the 1960s. He was part of the upsurgence of that time, the revolutionary student movement against the Vietnam War. He was part of the free speech movement back in the day at Berkeley. He worked very closely with the Black Panther Party in their most revolutionary days. And like so many people of that generation, he became a revolutionary.
We will not fight racism with racism. We refuse to stoop to the level of a racist to hate somebody because of the color of his skin.
During Avakian's heyday, communism seemed to be growing at an exponential rate, along with environmentalism, animal rights movements, farm workers unions, civil rights groups, and other activist organizations. But this would all quickly come to an end in the early 70s, when an FBI counterintelligence program infiltrated, disrupted, and discredited almost all of these organizations and their leaders, leading to diminished numbers and widespread disillusionment.
I know people who came out of the 1960s who gave up on revolution because they didn't see a way out, and who turned to all kinds of, shooting up, smoking crack, because they didn't have any hope, not just because they were suffering, but because they lost the hope. And, a brother who came out of prison talked about how it wasn't until he found, like, Bob Avakian talking about how to revive the communist movement and save the project of emancipation, that he found, like, there's something to live for and not just to kill ourselves doping up with the enemy's poison.
Unlike so many others, he never gave up on revolution because the system didn't get better, and he's forged a new communism.
Bob Avakian apparently has a new constitution for a new communist reality.
It does lay out the basic principles and a lot of very concrete guidelines and institutional, procedures that could actually guide people on how to begin the day after seizing power, so to speak, and actually transforming society in a way that would be emancipating.
He's re-envisioned the project of human emancipation.
If you were to look at communism throughout history, what do you think are the most successful examples of communism in application?
One is the first revolution in the Soviet Union that lasted from about 1917 to the mid-50s. And the second is the revolution in China from 49 to 76. And both of those revolutions was the first time the slaves stood up and cast off the yoke of oppression and exploitation and were heroic. And in that process of actual building new societies, there were also errors.
The so-called Cultural Revolution would end up leaving millions dead.
Even, and Avakian points to even grievous errors.
Yeah.
And learning from that new stage, we actually can do different and much better the next time power is in the hands of the masses.
How do you reckon with the actions of some of these more authoritarian communist governments like Tiananmen Square or the Soviet gulags?
When you're talking about Tiananmen Square, that was actually after capitalism had been restored in China, after Mao Zedong died, and there was a capitalist restoration. And then in terms of the gulags, I'll say two things about that. One, communism is the most lied about and distorted experience in our society. And you look at the proponents of the people who most attack the Soviet gulags are the masters of mass incarceration in this country, literally a country that has locked up more people than any other country in the world.
In the 1800s, they had plantations and land to enslave people on. Now the factories and warehouses where they employed people throughout the 1900s are gone, and they're using people in even more vulnerable places like Vietnam and Indonesia. And so they have no use for millions and generations of black people and brown people who they have all concentrated in these inner cities. So they have prisons and coffins.
That said, this is what I mean when I say grievous errors. There are actual serious experiences to look at about, well, why was dissent outlawed? What was wrong in the understanding of the people leading, of Stalin in particular? What was wrong in his understanding that led to the crushing of dissent, that led to thinking that if there was any dissent under socialism, it must be foreign influences, and those people must be silenced and crushed.
So in total, around 1.3 million were either shot or imprisoned.
Even a lot of the failures and shortcomings of that revolution are a great lesson for people who want to get free. And look, there's I don't know if there's a bad revolution in the sense of when people do rise up against oppressors, but the part of the problem is that those revolutions constantly get reversed. You talk to people in this neighborhood, I don't know how many you have, but there are people who come from places that they had their hearts lifted from revolutionary struggles where the revolutionaries then became the new gangsters that they were fleeing from.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's it's not less inspiring that people rose up, but it's disheartening when people don't have a scientific understanding of why they keep running into the same problems over and over again.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like inherit some of the ways they've been conditioned too, even post-revolution.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
I think even like post-revolution, a lot of people who have been oppressed and then gained power and self-determination inherit some of the leadership structures they've been taught. Like if you look at Haiti, or if you look at the Islamic Revolution 1979, that became more oppressive than under the Shah.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't just that they inherited it too. There again, the Iranian Revolution, there was a lot of struggle over how to understand uniting with the Islamic forces that were part of the uprising against the Shah. And frankly, the U.S. was happy to see these Islamic forces come in and replace the secular revolutionary and the communist forces, who many of whom were not only part of the revolution, but then were against the Shah. But then the Islamic forces jailed, executed many of them. But today you have the Islamic Republic once again jailing people who rose up, you know, for women after the hijab laws were used to execute this woman there.
22-year-old Mahsa Amini. She was detained by the morality police in Iran over an accusation that she violated the country's dress code by wearing her hijab, or headscarf, too loosely.
And so, like, there you go, there's another lesson. Heroic. Yeah. It's not less heroic that the Iranian people stood up against the Shah and drove out, you know, the lackey of the U.S. Yeah. But then it's disheartening and discouraging to see new oppressors come in, take over, and take things in a horrible direction. Yeah. And if you're not, you know, sorting that through scientifically, all you could conclude is there's no hope. Every time we fight back, every time we rise up, it does no good. Or all we can hope to do is replace the people on top with us so that we can fuck the people on the bottom now.
Yo, what is up, guys? As many of y'all know, one of our mission statements here at Channel 5 is to try and provide raw, unbiased coverage of news events as they unfold. But what if I told you there's a service that we use before we even go into the field to figure out how both sides of the evil mainstream media are covering events as they unfold? Well, it's true, and that service is called Ground News, a dope-ass news aggregate that, among other things, compiles thousands of articles every single day and ranks them on a biased distribution tool from left to right, so you can see what's really going on. Let's take the topic of Trump's recent deportation order, for example. So if I pull out Ground News on my phone and go to the bias distribution tool, 87% of the coverage is right-leaning, only 4% is to the center, and a measly 9% to the left. So on the right wing, it says Tom Homan, President Donald Trump's border czar, announced that U.S. immigration officials have begun deportations targeting illegal immigrants considered public safety threats. The only left-leaning publication that I could find covering this is Democracy Now! Their talking points kind of echo the talking points that are being expressed by the people in this video. Ground News also has a dope-ass tool called Switch Editions that allows you to set your location to any city, state, or country in the world and see what the frick is happening in Norway or Iceland or even down in Bangladesh. And they got a tool called Blind Spot that allows you to see stories not being covered by the left or the right. Wow, what a breath of fresh air to get me out of my echo chamber. But it gets even better. Right now, for a limited time, using my link, you can get 50% off their annual Vantage subscription. Just go to www.ground.news/channel5. And once you get there, sign up. It's that easy. All right, guys, back to the streets of MacArthur Park. The Revcoms, though interesting, aren't the only radical leftist group that I've spoken to in recent times who felt compelled to abandon the two-party political system entirely in favor of a direct action model. Around 3 weeks ago, after Luigi Mangione allegedly assassinated the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, I attended a free Luigi rally in Washington Square Park in New York City, where I found dozens of young people voicing their support for Luigi's alleged message.
Overwhelmed!
Can you tell us about your sign?
Yes. Government recognized terrorism, MLK, Nelson Mandela, Gandhi, Luigi Mangione.
Obviously what Luigi did was an act of violence. Not going to touch on that as much, but he
has lifted us out of the dust in the trivialness of politics and legislation.
And I believe that this is being done to send a message.
Healthcare should not be for profit. That is the bare minimum.
Nigga in there for a body, but he doing the right thing.
Despite the sentiment of these young protesters, many of the Revcoms disagree entirely and believe that sporadic, non-coordinated acts of violence set the movement behind.
What do you think about the assassination of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson?
I think that has nothing to do with anything positive. The healthcare system is a mess. It's a for-profit industry. but revengist actions against individuals go counter to any kind of fundamental liberatory change.
The purpose and goal of revolution is not revenge. And if revenge becomes what motivates people, this will take the whole revolution off course and we'll end up back where we were before.
A revolution is a change in the system. It means you overthrow one system. You don't make an enemy out of somebody who is not just for the sake of it because you don't agree with them. You have to actually end and change the system.
Okay.
You dismantle its economic mode of production. So instead of everything being done only if somebody can make a profit off of it and those who make it don't.
Alexa, stop timer.
don't own anything but the ability to maybe come back and work the next day, you're taking all that wealth and saying we're going to use it for society as a collective and humanity as a collective.
No, it's deeper than corporations. It's actually a system of capitalism that's at the root of it. The reason these corporations act the way that they do is because there's a capitalist system that's driving them. It's not just corporate greed, it's a system. If they don't, maximize their profit, if they don't exploit, if they don't plunder the environment, some other corporation will, some other country will.
Drill, baby, drill.
Well, that's why we need revolution. We need a whole different system.
As I gazed into an array of Bob Avakian t-shirts, my memory was jogged, and I realized that that wasn't the first time I'd actually met RevComs in the flesh. Throughout the 4-year process of filming our new movie, Dear Kelly, which is now streaming at www.dearkellyfilm.com, I actually attended a counter-protest in 2021 for something called a White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach, California, where some RevComs had showed up to distribute leaflets. Here's a deleted scene from Dear Kelly, wherein I met RevComs for the first time.
This cat right here, his name is Bob Avakian. He's the leader of a revolution. BA stands for Bob Avakian. Bob Avakian. Bob Avakian, leader of the revolution.
Nothing less.
Bob Avakian is the most radical revolutionary thinker of our time. This is someone who's, for decades, devoted their life to developing a science, a strategy, and a way out of this goddamn horrendous system.
This country is, I mean, it's a fucking sick, fucked up country, and its entire economic foundation is based on...
Why are you here? Why? You could go somewhere nice like China and live there in what you're looking for. I don't understand. Why don't you go and live in China? Why would you be here if it's so horrible?
Capitalism was restored after Mao Zedong's death.
Okay. In China?
Where else?
Yes. It's not about running. It's not about going to some place where we might feel comfortable. It's about doing what humanity needs most. That's the need that we're responding to. The emancipation of all humanity. And so we're actively organizing and recruiting people. Anyone who cares, anyone who's ever dreamt about a better world and wants to fight up against this system needs to get into this right here.
Despite their budding hopefulness about the impending communist revolution as expressed in 2021, the RevComs today say their party hasn't really been able to grow in size since then. Much of this, they say, is because of liberal identity politics.
Woke identity politics, in terms of both people thinking that the goal is to get in on oppression or to own their oppression instead of uproot and end oppression. But then there is actual social oppression. There's the deep-seated white supremacy in this country that's woven into the fabric of America since its founding.
White supremacy is real, racism is real, the oppression of women and oppression based on gender and sexual orientation, all of that is real. But what is really wrong with identity politics as a framework, as an outlook, as an ideology, is that it elevates somebody's identity as if that means they're telling the truth.
This is obviously such an issue for them because Bob is an 81-year-old white man, which places him at the bottom of the progressive identity hierarchy.
Oh, they don't want to hear about a revolution because the person leading it happens to be an old white guy. That shit is weak. All that means is that they care more about what a person looks like than they do about the person's ideas and about actually getting free. Or maybe they refuse to hear about communism or communist leader.
In addition to stifling leftist mobilization, RevComs also believe that identity politics are emboldening the right wing, which is true.
Tokenistic, reactionary identity politics posturing, it is not the reason for white supremacy in this country. That's more systemic and rooted in the history and the ongoing functioning of capitalism. But it does reinforce it, that there is a reinforcing, vicious circle dynamic between woke lunacy, identity politics, and fascist outlook and reaction, and that they actually reinforce each other, and they share an epistemological framework. They share an outlook that truth is relative dependent on who says it, and as opposed to truth being objective. Like if the police come through to your protest and they start wailing on people, you can't say, oh, I'm being triggered, please stop. You can't say in a courtroom, oh, Your Honor, this is a white prosecutor, how dare he say something about my black client or my female client. It doesn't go, so it intimidates decent people, and it does jack shit against the system and the real oppressive forces.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with clusters, and 5 is the best number.
Ja, het gaat zich wel. Toch je glini ene sle. Oh. So look at you guys. Toch just yes na sha. Ko.
One sip of new Fuse iced tea, and he knew he had to share the flavor with everyone. Many have asked, why are you doing this? One sip and you'll know. It's the flavor.
5090 review time. It's finally time to talk about.
Yeah, what do you think you give us? 400. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. Exactly. Like you can be like nit. Yeah, exactly. You could be like nitpicky, like he's still getting a deal, but I don't care because it's not that counts, right? Very good. Alright.
About everything without any limitations when it comes to the RTX 5090 from NVIDIA. The newest flagship, insanely expensive graphics card, but something's missing. Okay, that's better, but something's still missing. That's better, but something is still missing. Yeah, that feels about right. But still not quite enough to buy one. Today's video is brought to you by the new, really super cool JSUSense Melty connector shirt. You know, paying tribute to one of the best designs that's clearly ever existed. And if you don't like the Vaporwave colors, we've got our OG gray and red colors available now. So get yours by following the link in the description below. Ow, I have a thigh cramp. Okay, RTX 5090. This is the first time we've actually used most of the, well, pretty much all of the new techniques and methodology that we're doing to test our GPUs. I don't ask much. I do ask that you give this video a like if you appreciate it. I've probably put more than 50 hours into this one review alone. That's more than we've ever put into a GPU review, but I think the data is solid. I think the information we're going to show you is relevant, and I'm really excited for this video because it really showcases strengths and weaknesses that we may not have been able to find in the past. Anyway, the things we're going to focus on today: performance, power draw, temperature, form factor, cost of performance uplift, performance per dollar, all of that sort of stuff. So we'll talk about some of the key features. Obviously, it's the NVIDIA Blackwell architecture. It's the GB202 TSMC 4nm process, 21,760 CUDA cores. That's just an astronomical number. I don't think we've never talked about a GPU that has had that many cores. In fact, the most cores we've talked about in the past was the 4090, which had over 16,000. Anyway, 680 TMUs, 192 ROPS, 32 gigabytes of GDDR7 at 28 gigabits per second effective speed. That's obviously an uplift from the 24 gigabytes found on the RTX 4090 and the RTX 3090. So 32 gigabytes, it is a true PCIe Gen 5 device. In fact, it is such a true PCIe Gen 5 device that my PCIe riser that we use from Elmore Labs to measure socket power doesn't work with the device. In fact, it crashes the device. So yeah, the new testing methodology for power now is going to be relying on a hardware update. Hopefully that comes in the future. Anyway, it also features an illuminated X on both sides of the card, where the 4090 and 3090 featured only half the X on one side of the card, and then an illuminated logo that says GeForce RTX. Can't find any sort of control for the LEDs on the card yet. The 3090 actually was an RGB card. You could actually change it from white to any other color within the RGB spectrum. OpenRGB doesn't really recognize the card. No other software seems to control it. That might change in the future. I don't know if it's a true RGB, but whatever, that's just there. So thermal design is a 575 watt total board power card. That is insane. Especially coming off of the heels of a lot of the concerns and the ongoing, every now and then popping up melting connector that you would find with the 12-volt high power, now known as 12-volt 2x6, because of the fact that there have been some revisions to that. In fact, we've talked about that in previous videos, that the connector was slightly changed, the pins were slightly changed. We showed in our unboxing that there actually was an improvement to the adapter itself. It's got some actual shielding and armor on it to keep it from bending too tight, to pull itself out. Its flexibility now means that you can have more mounting options in cases where the side panel might have impacted the cable. It actually has more bend to it. That's also aided by the fact that the 5090 features an angled power plug to give you more clearance and an easier way to, my Gen son is hitting everything right now. Anyway, it gives you better routing options when it comes to the cable. Apparently I am bleeding. I have now bled on my paper. How? But yeah, the 575 watt max TDP, when it comes to overclocking, we'll talk about that in a separate video. This one's gonna be long enough already with just the out-of-the-box type of performance. But just kind of a high level, you do get 4% of additional power limit. You can go from 100 at 575 to 104%, which actually works out to just under 600 watts. Now, we do have a power draw section of this video. You'll see it actually does spike quite a bit above 575 depending on the workload. It's recommended a 1,000 watt PSU. Higher than that might actually be recommended, to be honest, because I was seeing total system power exceeding 800 watts in certain workloads with this card. On a 9800 X3D, which is our test bench, if you're running a high core count CPU or something more power hungry like an Intel CPU, pulling 253 plus watts depending on your board and your configuration, you can easily hit that 1,000 watt limit and maybe run into some OCP or overcurrent protections, shutting down your system depending on your workloads. So 1200 watt might be really the more optimal power supply for that. At the very least, if you're running 1,000 watt, make sure it's a high rated power supply, something that's got solid capacitors, something that's either running a high 80 plus rating or even a cybernetics rating to make sure that you're getting all of the power that you're going to need for this. When it comes to the dimensions, though, it is 304 millimeters long. It is 137 millimeters tall and 48 millimeters thick. It's obviously a 2-slot design, a true 2-slot design. We already talked about that. Overall exterior dimensions matches 3090 and 4090. It's just not a 3-slot or a 3.2 slot card. So there's a lot of discussion about it being so small. It's really not that small. It's actually just that much narrower, really. That's because it also does feature a blow-through design, a 3D vapor chamber with liquid metal for cooling the die. But it is a flow-through design, which means the PCB is in the middle. It's a 3-part PCB. The output is a connected component to the PCB, and the PCI Express riser cable, or excuse me, the PCI Express slot is also a separate PCB from the main board. So there's 3 pieces to it. Flow-through design. Very low impedance when it comes to the fin stack. It is a tighter fin stack at only 1.6 millimeters of gap between them, which means it's a tighter fin array than on the 4090. Doesn't make any crazy turns. That also has this concave in the middle that's reducing the amount of resistance across where the pressure drops are and aren't based on the fan design. So it's actually a really neat, very well thought out cooler, given the fact that they're reducing the slot thickness. They definitely had to make sure that their efficiency was there. Let's see, let's talk about weight real quick. It is actually lighter than the 4090, even though it feels heavier to the hand because it's denser. It weighs in at 1,836 grams. The 4090, by comparison, 2,178 grams. So it is a lighter GPU overall, and in my opinion, it looks nicer with the darker gunmetal color versus the more bronzy color that you find on the 40 series and 30 series, minus the 4080 Super, which is actually black. Let's go ahead and talk about our test rig. So it's a 9800 X3D, overclocked to 5.3 gigahertz, locked, does not fluctuate. The GPU does not go, or the CPU does not go up and down based on GPU load. It is just locked. We're running the G.Skill, 32 gigabytes of G.Skill 6000 megahertz CL2836 gaming RAM on an X870E Taichi ASRock motherboard. Now, all of our tests are a 3-run average. We are including not only average FPS, we are including 99th percentile and 95th percentile. So the way that you need to look at these charts and realize the way 99 and 95 works, because you're probably used to seeing 1 and 0.1%. 99th percentile means 99% of the frames are that FPS or better. The 95th percentile means 95% of the frames are that FPS or better. So it gives you a real better look at what the overall performance of the card is going to look like and what the dips and lows are on average. Fun fact and spoiler alert, it does really, really well. So here's what we're going to do. We ran 9 different titles at 3 different resolutions, and there are way too many charts to sit here and go over each one. We're just gonna run through them right now. We're gonna put them on the screen, only put them up for a couple of seconds, pause the ones that are most interesting to you. It is an entirely new testing suite for us. The only title that's not a synthetic that is held over from previous testing is Borderlands 3. Everything else for us is a brand new title, and a lot more modern and a lot more relevant. So let's run the benchmarks. Now, obviously, if you're running 1080p, it's going to be pretty easy to start running into CPU bottlenecks. I would not say this is a very solid 1080p card unless you're running a title that absolutely positively must have the most FPS no matter what. I guess some esports titles are that way. I don't run any of those titles, so I really couldn't answer or speak to the needs of that. But this is a 4K card, and a 4K card alone as far as I'm concerned, even though we tested 1080p in 1440. So obviously in 1080p, the lead over the RTX 4090 is smaller than the lead in 4K. Also too, all of our tests pretty much ran non-frame gen and only small amounts of DLSS. I wanted to see what the true horsepower uplift is between the 4090 and the 5090. Now the median uplift in raw performance is 32.4% across our testing in 4K. I only did median uplift in 4K. 1440 and 1080p have too much opportunity for CPU bound to rear its ugly head. So if we're looking at 4K, ultra settings across the board to see what kind of uplift we were getting by being as GPU bound as possible, yeah, 32.4%. Let's talk about that for a second. So historically, GPU uplift, same tier to same tier when it comes to generation versus generation with NVIDIA, is typically about 25%. Now that might seem like, oh, hey, they threw a bone and are giving us, at least in Jay's tests, and these are obviously going to vary. Some of the tests were in the low 40% uplift. Some of them were in the mid to low 20% uplift, depending on the title and its efficiency when it comes to the engine to leverage the horsepower that the graphics card can provide. So our median is 32.4. If we take into consideration the uplift between 3090 and 4090, that was 81% in our tests at the same cost. Don't forget the 5090 does come in at $1,999 MSRP for the Founders Edition. You can pretty much guarantee every single AIB card is going to cost more than that, which means your uplift and performance uplift per dollar, which we'll talk about that calculation in a second, performance per dollar is going to look even worse than what we're about to show you right now. But the 3090 was $1,599 and the 4090 was $1,599. Founders Edition cards, yes, obviously the price really fluctuated a lot throughout its life cycle over the last two years, or slightly over 2 years. So it's 25% more expensive than the 4090 to give you 32.4% more performance, which actually works out to only 5.91% more performance per dollar. Compared to the 81% additional more performance per dollar because there was zero cost change from 3090 to 4090, it is not the greatest value proposition, at least for gamers. There is use cases for this card outside of gaming. We'll talk about those in a moment. But 4090 was one of those cards that a lot of people were just like, this is ridiculous, it's so expensive, why does it exist? But when you really compared it generationally between 3090 and 4090, you got nearly double the performance at the same cost. That does not exist with the 5090. Now, obviously, this is costing a lot to manufacture. They've relied heavily on software/hardware improvements that take place on an AI upscaler/multi-frame gen to really showcase what they're looking at doing in the future. So once again, this is a card that is kind of like the first in what the future tends to look like. And I think a lot of gamers right now are really kind of upset about that because this is where the whole discussion of fake frames versus real frames come in. Now, we did real frames in all of our testing here. I did run one test of Cyberpunk 2077 where we turned on multi-frame gen and we ran it with 2x, 3x, and 4x. And when you and we obviously ran the 4090 with frame gen turned on. Remember, 4090 does not get multi-frame gen. That is a hardware level feature that exists only on 50 series. So frame gen exists obviously on the 40 series, but it is only one AI interpolated frame where you can add 1, 2, or 3 interpolated frames on top of the rendered frame with the 50 series card. So if you look at this chart, you can see it jumps out and then jumps out by a factor of 1 and then by another factor of 1. It's pretty much doubling the frame rate every time. Well, it's adding that frame, that initial rendered frame again every time you increase the frame gen from 2x, 3x, 4x. What I want to point out on this chart though is you got to take our 5% and 1% low, or 95% and 99% with a grain of salt. I'm waiting for a discussion with Intel regarding presentmon, because what we're seeing here, it appears to be showing the 95th percentile and 99th percentiles based on the truly rendered frame by the game engine, not by the card. So that chart's kind of showing two different things. It's showing the average frame rate based on the rendered frame, as well as the interpolated frames for your output visual frame, but it's showing the 1% and 5% lows as the only the rendered frame, which the game engine's doing, not the GPU. So I'm waiting to have a discussion with Intel about how to make that data more accurate in terms, because that might say, wow, you're getting 291 or 201 FPS, but then you're getting 46 FPS as a low, but that's not what it actually felt like or looked like. So I think that's just a reporting error when it comes to the software. One thing I want to talk about though, when you turn on frame gen, you get increased latency. The reason being for that is the only movement that's happening in the game engine is based on the rendered frame. The interpolated frames are not taken into account input, WASD, spacebar, mouse, and all of that. Only the rendered frame, and then you got the inserted frames before the next rendered frame where it takes that input and then draws it. NVIDIA Reflex is turned on by default when you turn on frame gen. So it's improved, and they have made improvements to that. The one thing I cannot really display for you or show you because I'm not equipped to is the actual latency between click to drawn frame or click to photon, whatever you want to call it. I can tell you, I cannot relate to you a feeling, but the feeling of the frame rate is still going to feel like the base frame rate. So for instance, in Cyberpunk 2077, the base frame rate before turning on frame gen is 60.2 FPS. Even though we are getting a displayed frame rate of 201, the input is going to feel like you're still at 60 FPS. So you're going to get what feels like kind of a jello-y, a slightly jello-y feel to it. It's not, this is where we're very subjective at this point of the video. Both Phil and I agree it's playable, it's not terrible, it's better than what it felt like on 40 series. However, it's still there, it's still noticeable. If you were playing a title like Rocket League, let's say Rocket League had multi-frame gen, that would be terrible because every frame matters in a game like Rocket League. Every frame matters in a competitive title. So single player games, I know Star Wars Outlaws, Cyberpunk, Control, Indiana Jones, these games are games that I would be able to turn on multi-frame gen and not feel like I'm at a disadvantage or I'm at some sort of a handicap when it comes to input latency. But competitive titles, I would absolutely, personally, not run it. So that's why I was very adamant that I'm showing raw performance when it comes to our testing, including RT on, without even running DLSS in most titles. Some of the titles I was running DLSS at a 66% base frame, or excuse me, base resolution. But once you turn on the multi-frame gen, yeah, it is very smooth on screen. But seeing things move on screen and then seeing them react to your input are two very different things.
Victory lies
That is why
ahead.
people are upset.
Death
That is why
all
people
who
are
oppose
calling
us.
these fake frames, because the game is not rendering the frame, the GPU is doing it after the fact. So important to point that out. That's all I'm going to talk about with frame gen. That's all I was prepared to talk about today when it comes to frame gen. It's going to be a bigger discussion in the future. That is the way NVIDIA is going. If you don't buy into that, then 40 series, even though it has frame gen, it's kind of your last stand before you're forced into it moving forward. It's kind of like RT now. RT, when it first came out, everyone was like, it's a gimmick, no one cares. Now every title supports RT. One thing I want to point out though, well, almost every title. One thing I want to point out though is, right now at the time of testing, only about 5 or 6 titles support multi-frame gen natively in the game engine itself. There are 75 titles that NVIDIA is going to say are available that support multi-frame gen at launch, but just about 70 of those are relying on the NVIDIA app to override and do it on a driver level rather than a game level. We didn't test any of that. I'm not prepared to. I need more time to get comfortable with that before we can determine whether or not there's any sort of weirdness that takes place when the driver's handling multi-frame gen versus the game engine. I think personally the game engine handling it would be a better experience, But obviously this is kind of like a band-aid to sort of bridge the gap between multi-gen being the future with AI interpolated frames from NVIDIA before game developers can implement it at a coding level. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what the future holds there. Now, DLSS 4 isn't only about multi-frame gen. Actually, 40, 30, and 20 series are going to be getting DLSS 4 as well. It's just they're not going to be getting multi-frame gen. So 40 series will still have frame gen. 30 series and 20 series will have no frame gen because, again, that was a hardware level generation issue, just like multi-frame gen is a hardware level thing for 50 series. But the 40, 30, and 20 series will get all the fidelity improvements when it comes to the transformer model instead of the convolutional, what a word is it? Convolutional neural network model when it comes to the AI upscaler now to the transformative model, which is actually the same thing ChatGPT uses now to generate its images and stuff. So it's actually doing a better job now at sharpening up the image, denoising. There's less smudges and less traces of, distant text doesn't look as fuzzy anymore. It's still not perfect. It's still going to have some trails left behind when it comes to NPCs or cars moving in the distance. 40 series, 30 series, and 20 series are getting the new transformative model built into DLSS, but only 50 series gets the multi-gen aspect of that. So the discussions of, yeah, DLSS looks terrible, whatever, it's improving. It's still not perfect, but it is improving. I just wanted to point that out because someone did actually request that we talk about how terrible DLSS looks. I don't know, I think DLSS looks way better than, I remember day one and how DLSS looked. It just kind of looked like you were looking through a film grain in a movie, and anytime you moved, it was all sparkly. It was terrible, but it has improved, and we'll see how it moves forward now on the transformative model versus the convolutional neural network. All right, so let's talk about frequencies real quick. So the base clock is actually 2017 megahertz, which sounds very low, and a boost clock of 2407. Now, because of GPU boost algorithms, it'll go much higher than that. Actually, we saw in gaming an average of about 2650 megahertz when it comes to the frequency under gaming loads. But we tested it with a couple of different scenarios. So I used Stalker 2 at 4K with epic settings. I'm trying to push it as hard as I possibly can. Stock fan profile. If you look at this chart right here, you can see it's at about 2650 megahertz, averaging over 2600, which means we're getting nearly 200 megahertz additional boost clock over what's advertised, just simply because of cooling headroom, power headroom, etc. But if you look at the pink line on here, that's actually Furmark. Furmark is a very difficult test to run. In fact, it's been known to actually damage cards in the past that weren't capable of handling themselves well enough as they're trying to render all the fuzzy donut that's going around and around in circles. And the reason why it's so fluctuating like that on the chart is because of the fact that the donut is turning and there's different parts that are harder to turn. So it's a pretty stressful test. But you can see the test started out at about 2200 megahertz and dropped down as low as 2000, bouncing between 2000 and 2100. Now, a little caveat to mention with that though, a lot of GPU manufacturers know that Furmark is notorious for being very difficult to run on cards. So more often than not, there might be logic built into the GPU or the driver that says, if running Furmark, downclock. It's kind of like when running Cinebench, some motherboards and CPUs will automatically run like an ADS offset to reduce the frequency in the CPU because of the difficulty to run the test. It's designed to keep things from getting too hot, too out of control, or causing any potential damage. So I just wanted to point that out. The load does kind of jump around, but in games, across pretty much all of our games, we saw 2600 megahertz on average and above when it comes to the game clock. So that's a testament to how well the cooler is actually performing. All right, so testing conditions for temperature, now that we sort of talked about that. Room temp is 22°C, very temperature controlled, or about 72 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see on our test bench, it is an open air test bench, or on an open bench table is what it's called. So the only thing impacting temperatures is the cooler itself. It also is in a vertical orientation in our test bench, not a horizontal. But if you watch the interview Steven at Gamers Nexus did with Malcolm from NVIDIA, which is the thermal engineer and cooler engineer, they test it in all orientations. And because it's a 3D vapor chamber, it really doesn't matter what orientation you put it in. But ours was in a vertical orientation, which is worth pointing out. Anyway, the stock fan curve does have a 0 dB mode. So at idle, it'll run about 32 to 35 C, depending on your ambient temperature, with the fans off. The max percentage I saw our GPU fan curve get to, in our open test bench, 48%, which capped our temperatures at 77C. And once again, it's important to point out that these temperatures were tested in Tormark, because in my opinion, these are going to be the worst, almost the worst conditions they could possibly experience when it comes to load. But 77C was also the highest I was seeing in any of our games. All of our tests are recorded, and every single one of them have data that we can go and reference. It is pretty solid that 77C was about the hottest that we saw it get to in an open air chassis. Fun fact, in the small little case that we did a build in, we saw it get to 80. We'll talk about that in a separate video. I told you we'll do that, but there's some testing we have to do to figure out the configuration where it runs the best. So right now, it'll get up to 80C, which is only 3C hotter than the open air test bench, but that also requires a much higher fan curve, so we'll talk about that in a separate video. But if I apply an MSI afterburner fan curve, by looking at this chart right here, which has all three here, including 100% fan curve, it drops all the way down to 73C average with 71 low, and then 100% fan speed, 64C is our max with an average of 62.5. So at 100% fan speed, which is an additional 52% fan speed over what the stock fan curve was at 48, you can see drops it all the way from 77 down to 62, or 15C average drop. That is huge. Obviously, the NVIDIA fan curve is favoring acoustics and noise over the temperatures itself. And that's a pretty far cry from the 90C max temperature that the GPU is allowed, even with the higher fan curve and in a small chassis. 80 is not terrible. So you're going to want to make sure, though, that your chassis is capable of exhausting all the heat. Let's talk about why. The previous design, and this is going to be very similar to if you're running like any sort of AIBs with like triple fans or now 4 fans or whatever, every single bit of the air, 100% of the heat is being exhausted into the chassis. When you take a look at the asymmetrical design of the previous gens, half the card was a flow-through, half the card exhausts its own heat. So now every single bit of the heat needs to be exhausted by the case. So you need to make sure that your case cooling and airflow exchange rate is adequate enough for this, or your temperatures are obviously going to be significantly higher. In an open air test bench, we do it this way. That way we can say exactly what the cooler's limitations are, not what the case limitations are. There's no case I could test this in that would be significant or relevant enough to everyone to say, this is the one that matches most people's scenario. So we test open test bench only. But when it comes to noise, though, the fan blade design, the double flow through, the fact that you're not hearing the turbulent air change, direction change, it's actually much more pleasant on the ear. But what I want you guys to hear is the difference in not volume, but the pitch. Pitch and the acoustic nature of sound is more important than the volume of the sound when it comes to something like this. And we find that the fan blades and the sound of the air going through the 5090 is much smoother and much less intrusive than what we find on the 4090. So I'm going to lock the fan speeds right now at 65% and let you hear an AV between the way that the cooler fins, blades, and fan arrangement sounds between both of these.
I'm out of range.
Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about power draw. That's an interesting one. I already explained that I wasn't able to use our riser to capture whatever power is going through the socket. Some is going through the socket. How much? I can't actually tell you. The card legitimately would not run with this on there. In fact, it was so bad, the system was actually hanging even just at the desktop. So what you're looking at here is our power draw chart from Furmark, again at 4K. This is a 10-minute test, and you can see 2 lines on here. The pink line, which is just a solid 575 watt line, is what the card itself is reporting back as to what it's using. That's software measurement. However, using our PMD2 device and actually measuring the power going through the cable itself, you can see it's a lot more fluctuating than that, and you can even see a few spikes on there that are significantly higher than the 575 watt TDP limit. If we zoom in on the chart, you can see most of the blue line, which is the PMD measurement, measuring the 12 volt high power itself, resides above the 575 watt TDP line. So this is why it's important now that we use hardware monitoring when it comes to power tests rather than what is reported, because the GPU only reports 575 if it gets that high. In game tests, however, it uses significantly less, around 500 to 520 watts. Now, it's weird to say that's less, because remember the 4090 was a 450 watt card. And we know what happened to the 12 volt high power cable with that one. Speaking of the 12 volt high power cable, I need to point out, and it's impossible to demonstrate this for you or for you to be able to feel it, the insertion force or how tight the plug is in the 5090 is significantly improved over the 40 series. The 40 series, I always talked about it had too much wiggle and too much flexibility and movement, which could lead to a situation where the cable starts to back out slightly, you make poor contact, and that was often what was leading to the melting connector issues with 4090s. This is significantly tighter. Like, I want to enter a very derogatory reference to give you an idea of just how tight it is. You can fill in the blanks, but when I had Phil insert it for me, his exact response was, holy fuck. In fact, Phil went to put it in with one hand. It actually required two hands. This is just a friend, okay? Don't forget, this is just a friend. Use this cable.
The Isles have
plug that into the 5090.
Oh, okay.
Aspects watch over.
Am I going to break it?
No. Okay. That's what she said.
This is actually pretty hard. This is quite difficult, but I didn't hear it snap in. Is it? Is it in?
Yeah, it's in.
Okay.
So, that scientific test has now been demonstrated. Now, one thing I want to point out is it's not just the cable. Taking our 12-volt high power that is from our Corsair power supply has the same level of insertion force. So I think the actual female end itself has become tighter. All right, I'm going to get off this section here before I get myself demonetized. Moving on. So strengths of the GPU, I mean, it's extremely powerful. The raw performance is there. It's not nearly as much of a generational jump as we talked about between 3090 and 4090. That was 80+% uplift in performance at the same cost. This is 32.4% more uplift in my test at 25% more cost, giving 5.91% performance per dollar increase, which is, I mean, at that point, the performance per dollar is nearly that similar. Your 4090 is giving you the same, it's only giving you what, 94.9% less performance at cost per dollar. So it's not really like you should be running out and updating to an RTX 5090 if you have a 4090. I don't think this is really intended for someone with a 4090. I think it's intended for someone that needs the high frame pool buffer to do AI workloads or development or AI development. If you look at it, it's really kind of replaced the Quattro series. The Quattro series hasn't been updated in a long time because the consumer cards are now starting to really move forward into this whole kind of a new prosumer type of line that's just falling under the GeForce name. But this card is more than just a gaming card. It is intended for people that can utilize its raw horsepower, high memory pool for those types of workloads. And oh yeah, it's pretty good at gaming too. Like that's really what this card is meant for. The 5080, that is the gamer card as far as we're concerned. This is the, I have to have the best at all costs, at all diminished returns. I don't care. I've got deep pockets. You're going to buy it anyway. What I'm saying doesn't matter. You've already decided you're going to buy it. But that's who this card really is intended for. I mean, it's also intended for everyone to put into their $10,000 computer, right? I mean, everyone has a $10,000 computer with a $2,000 graphics card in there, right?
Look, it's $1,599. It is one of the best investments you could possibly make. You bring it home to your $10,000 PC entertainment command center. Isn't that right? Don't tell me that's not true. Don't be ashamed.
In fact, in all seriousness, if you really watched the keynote, you would realize the 5090 was only ever compared to the other cards when it came to AI tops. I mean, it's just, that's the only type of workload they're even measuring anymore to determine. You know how like ROPS was the thing everyone measured back in the, now TOPS is the newest thing, apparently. Like I said, it's an excellent card for professionals too, that also, and content creators that could use the very high frame buffer. I mean, if you do 3D rendering, like actual 3D modeling and stuff, this would be an amazing card. I've seen a lot of people online say, I'm buying it simply because I need it for work. And I think given what the Quattro cards cost a few generations ago, $5,000, $6,000, this would destroy those cards in pretty much all of these types of workflows. Not all of them. I mean, they still hold some things back for the, obviously for the consumer cards, but it is definitely a huge improvement for people that could use it in those type of workflows and scenarios. I mean, it's just not a gamer card as far as we're concerned. It runs cooler than expected. It runs hotter than a 4090, but it's 125 watt higher TDP. It's expected to. It runs warmer and it's narrower, but again, 21,760 CUDA cores versus 16,384. I mean, obviously, it's going to run warmer, right? Those are a lot of cores to do things. The 2-slot design and the power plug make it more compatible with other cases and such. Weaknesses, expensive. Like I said, I'm not even wearing enough money right now to buy one. Partner models are guaranteed to be more. Probably going to be in the $2,500 range and above, maybe. I mean, the Astro card from Asus, who knows what that's going to cost, but it's going to have an astronomical price tag with it, I'm sure. Does anybody else miss the day when like $50 to $75 was what the custom high-end card cost was over MSRP? Man, I miss the old days. Anyway, it's got a huge power draw. 1,000 watt power supply is the requirement. That, and like I already said, with me running a 9800 X3D, which is not a very power-hungry CPU, I was seeing up to 800 watts power draw for the entire system when it comes to the PMD. And that's not even accounting for whatever the PCI Express slot was actually pulled. I guess it's accounted for in the 24 pin, but I digress. Yeah, 800 watts in gaming. That was crazy. So a 1200 watt power supply really is going to be the recommendation, and obviously a high rated 1200 watt power supply, so you have a better quality internals, so it will definitely last longer. Other downsides, depending on your case flow design, it can run pretty warm. Like I said, your case is 100% responsible for exhausting the air from this card. That's not really a huge talking point though. That's true for every card other than the Founders Edition card. Just about every other card, and 40 series and below Founders cards, I mean, just about every single AIB card is going to require that all the air be exhausted by the case too. So your case choice is going to matter. As somebody that is a PC enthusiast, I'm a PC building enthusiast. I'm one of those people that fall under the, like, I want the best. Anyone watching this video would want a 5090. Doesn't mean you find the value in it at $2,000. Maybe if it was like 500 bucks. I mean, yeah, then who the heck wouldn't want to buy it, right? Everyone wants the performance, but the other side of the coin is how much does it cost? It's not necessarily the best value proposition for gamers. That's why I said the 5080 is more the card that should interest you when it comes to gaming. So that's why it's kind of an easy pass when it comes to gamers. It's just not worth it. I mean, depending on what you're doing and what kind of games you're playing, you might need the card. You know, it's a really good card. Like, it's the best card. You absolutely should maybe buy it. Okay, buy the card, all right? Just buy the freaking card already. This is still not enough to buy it. Ow.
They're implementing another work platform again.
Don't they have better ways to waste our time?
Okay, so the 5090 review, that was last week. That's old news. That's a down payment on a car. That's 1 month's rent. But I say this, when you pay your rent, you only get satisfaction for 1 month. But when you buy a 5090, it just keeps giving the excitement. Okay, I can't even say that with a straight face. Anyway, moving on, we're going on to the 5080 now. The 80 series cards have always kind of been like the true gamer card, the true pinnacle card, whereas the 90 series / Titan cards we talked about have always been almost like a product demo of like, what happens if we just kind of go balls to the wall with the specs? Spoiler alert, the 5080 is just really meh. Today's video is brought to you by the new, really super cool J2Sense Melty connector shirt. You know, paying tribute to one of the best designs that's clearly ever existed. And if you don't like the Vaporwave colors, we've got our OG gray and red colors available now. So get yours by following the link in the description below. Ow, I have a thigh cramp. Okay, so things we're gonna cover in today's review: performance, power draw, temperature, generational performance uplift, obviously gaming performance. Yeah, we're gonna be comparing it to everything you've seen on our charts already up till now, including 3090, 3080, 4080, 4080 Super, 7900 XTX. Actually, that's going to be pretty relevant in this review roundup versus the 5090, because 5090 was just so far out ahead of anything else. Nothing even comes close to it. So it was really just all by itself out there. Some of the key specs to worry about here: it's got 10,752 CUDA cores in the 5080 versus 9,728 CUDA cores in the 4080.
For the glory of sports, be ready with high protein from Vector.
You have 45 minutes to crush him.
Let's do it.
Every time I nail that sequence, I'm surprised by it.
I'm still surprised because it's been, what, a couple weeks?
Yeah. Couple weeks?
Like a year, technically.
There's a rollover. There's a rollover date on the year, but it hasn't been a year.
Didn't you buy this super fancy mic so that you don't have to shove it in front of my face because it has IR sensors?
Except you were looking this way and you weren't talking to it.
Well, then here, I'm talking to it now. How would I
That's
talk?
exactly where I put it. Thank you.
Right into the microphone.
I'm done already.
I'm out of range.
Welcome back, guys.
Welcome back to the RTFM show, where we're going to talk about reading, social infrastructure, and politics.
Far away.
But a lot of you got to do the reading because.
You know, honestly, I'm finding it more fun doing the show with the phone as a screen because, like, having no notes and going blind is great because you guys always
You think I have notes? There's no notes for me.
Oh, yeah,
on this one.
Far away.
Cat's open.
the Discord as well.
Oh yeah, I forgot we do live Discord sessions.
Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about last time. We went on that whole 20-minute tangent about why Nick's car was a Gen Z car.
But update, the Discord's closed. The question parts is, so.
Well, next week's will be open at some point.
Next Tuesday.
I should put the mic like right here, like in front of my nose.
Why would
How's
you wanna
that?
do
Does that work?
So you get super Dolby Atmos everything.
Yeah, help it.
We heard you like to.
One of these days I got to do a supercut of like one day when
It's like when people cut out the words and they do the breathing.
The Eminem ones are always hilarious because he always breathes in like super intense because he's in the middle of a rap.
Well, because he's got to go like a long time.
He's got to go lose himself in the music.
How does he make room after all that mom's spaghetti, though?
I don't know.
Anyway, welcome to the first show of 2025. We're almost into February. Hey, we're doing better.
It's been a long year.
Yeah.
I saw some discussion about.
There was a GPU or two that like kind of launched in the middle of the phrase.
I saw some discussion before we went live of like, last time we took a break, it's about a year before he comes back. So.
Yeah, one of the first comments was like, "Hey, we get an RGX episode. We don't have to wait a year." And then I feel like technically we did wait a year.
I'm sorry, the date rollover didn't happen this year. I was telling my kids because my youngest around New Year's was telling her friends, "I'll see you in a year." It's
I can't attack.
No. You're supposed to say, "I'll see you next year."
Yeah.
No. Next year is a year. It's like no, next year is tomorrow.
Attack that.
It's like she just wasn't getting it.
I feel that's like conversations with Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh yeah.
He takes things too literal.
Why is Gamora?
If you haven't been on the,
that was one of the funniest lines I've ever seen.
Anyone that's been on the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind ride at Disney World, it's hilarious.
Is that the one that I had a heart attack on, basically?
You did not go to Disney World.
Oh,
Disney
World. Okay.
Yeah. So the Cosmic Rewind is actually a roller coaster, and the cars rotate 360 because they do some really fun stuff. But anyway, of course, Drax has like a. So it's funny, like Rocket says, like he says the mission. He's like, "It'll be a piece of cake," and Drax goes, "Wait."
Need help?
There is cake?
Or the Alliance?
Yeah.
He's like, where is this cake?
Somebody needs to cut that with the whole portal, like the cake is alive. What? There's cake?
There was another one. I can't remember what it was later. They mentioned food again. He's like, first there's cake. Now I think it said oh yeah, because he says, if you guys don't make it, you're gonna be toast. He goes, first there is cake. Now there is toast. This mission is making me hungry. It's just. Yeah, could you imagine going through life being as literal as Drax?
Sometimes I would like to, but...
You're like halfway there.
Yeah. We're halfway there.
Nothing goes over his head. His reflexes are too sharp. He would catch it.
I would catch it. Nothing goes over my head. My reflexes are too
the
sharp.
ability of standing completely still, I become invisible.
Oh, I want some of that whiskey back there so bad, but I'm not going to.
Oh my god, crying, laughing, still just remembering the freaking why is Gamora in like that moment in theaters was so funny. Like it's been a while since I've actually laughed out loud in theater. Yeah, people are saying I'm a little bit cut off.
No, I know what happened. I bumped the camera.
Oh.
When I was putting the soundboard up. Nick, do you want to fix it?
Oh.
Aim it slightly.
You just have to
towards
like.
me.
Yeah, you just have to turn it slightly that way. When I was putting that soundboard up back there, I bumped it, and I wasn't sure if it moved or not.
I mean, it could have been like the 30.
I'll tell you when to stop.
Yay.
Stop. There we go. Cool. It's also why it looks like on level. That shadow.
So clearly the key light is in front of
that shadow was Nick. In case you're wondering, he was behind the light.
It reminds me of the like the Star Destroyer in A New Hope coming in the frame.
Oh yeah.
There's just a shadow of it. Except it's Nick's face.
You need the Tantive running away from it.
Yeah.
What I love about that is that was just a practical model with real lighting when they did that. You
know?
Yeah. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah. What was a computer?
50 series stuff, man. Okay, so obviously we can talk about 5090 now all we want.
Well met. Keep your feet on
yeah, a
the
little
ground.
disappointing though. I mean,
I think
4090 Ti. It's really what it is.
I think if the 4090, the 3090 to the 4090 jump did not happen the way it did, then it would feel like a normal generational improvement. But unfortunately, like we found out, we never really realized how much faster the 4090 got versus the 3090.
The abnormal, like the anomaly jump was actually 30 to 40.
40 to
Yeah, that's what I'm
40
saying,
to
yeah.
40 to 50 is the like the realistic
normal,
jump.
yeah.
Because realistically, in the past, it was always about 22 to 25%.
Oh, just to clarify, we can't talk about the little brother yet, right?
No.
The 80. Okay. So that's still up.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Can't talk about any of that.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that.
Well, it exists. That's all we can say.
Well, we already know that. The 5090 though.
Off with you.
Man, they're just. I think this is where I think a lot of gamers. I want to back up a little bit. The forums and stuff I belong to, where I lurk and I read a lot of the discussions, it's fairly divisive. There's a lot of people that are just like, dude, like multi-gen is gonna get better. It's the future. Live with it, deal with it. Stop. Multi-gen specifically. They're like, stop being a whiny little bitch. Like that's the kind of stuff that they're saying, right? And then the other people were like, no, I want raw horsepower. I want raw horsepower. But at the end of the day, if they can get a base frame generated in the game engine, right? And then the GPU can actually insert interpolated frames, and there's no input lag that's noticeable, would you buy into it?
Well, that's impossible.
I know it's impossible, but we can get close, but it'll never be impossible or never be fully native input versus the drawn frame the displayed frame. There's a big difference between drawn frame and displayed frame.
Honor, friend.
Yeah.
So
nowadays, yeah.
Go with honor, friend.
So I'm just wondering, like, with Reflex 2 coming out.
Well, that's kind of the like.
Go with honor, friend.
What is it? Counterintuitive thing about frame gen is that for it to feel good, you have to have already a high base input frame rate, which requires a card with a lot of horsepower.
Which requires already like a 90 series card.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing, is that like you already have the card if you have a 5090, right? You already have the card with all the horsepower to get you a decent thing. So I think I heard it mentioned somewhere once, and it was like probably the most neutral I've ever heard NVIDIA talk about frame gen, where they said it's like the guy was saying, he was talking about how it's basically kind of just like filling the gap between where your rendered frame rate is and the hertz of your monitor. If you have I like frame gen is kind of pointless for I think people with like 120 hertz, 144 hertz monitors, just because like if you have a 5090, you're probably already rendering the game at those frame rates are close enough. You know what I mean? But like if you have a 240 hertz monitor or a 360 hertz monitor and something like that, and you really want to just see what 360 hertz in Cyberpunk looks like, you know what I mean? Even though you're not going to be getting that input latency, it's cool. It's just, yeah, there's no getting away from the feel of the fact that it's always going to feel like the input frame rate.
See, the crazy thing, without using DLSS in our tests, like Cyberpunk 2077, the base frame rate with our RT medium preset, no DLSS, no upscaling,
Yeah,
no
but rendering native of 4K.
was what? I think 62.1 FPS.
Yeah, which is honestly insane to think about.
It is,
what it's
because
doing,
without
but
DLSS and ray trace, even though there's no ray trace for the only ray trace feature that does not enable when you do ray tracing medium preset in Cyberpunk is reflections.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's all the lighting.
Yeah.
It's all the lighting and shadows. But reflection isn't on. But to think that it takes that much horsepower in 4K to reach 60.
Like, it's still so easy to forget that, like, 4 generations ago, this was only supercomputer territory.
Yeah.
Where, you know what I mean, you were rendering an offline frame for like CG and stuff.
Well, it makes me wonder what the next process node is, because we only went from 5 to 4 nanometer. If you look at the power increase and the core count increase, the performance jumped up linearly
In a line.
Yeah, they went up
in a line.
Parallel.
X equals Y.
No, it's just it really is just that much more CUDA cores, that much more power limit equaled that much more performance. It really was.
Yeah, like they didn't do any. There was less silicon this time around and more just like shove a bunch of more crap into the die.
And like I talked about, the jump from 3090 to 4090 was not only a massive core count jump from what 10,000 to over 16,000, you know, 60% more cores, but it was also a gigahertz in frequency jump too.
Yeah.
So it was both those things together, not just core count.
And I mean, we were talking about this a lot offline when we were, you know, doing all the 5090 stuff, but like, I think the 4090 was really when Jensen decided to, like, because you have like the RTX professional line, right? The X Quadro line, like what they used to
RTX 6000.
RTX 6000 Ada is what the latest one is. It's probably going to be RTX 6000 Blackwell,
right?
After
Because it just references the architecture.
Yeah, and so those are the cards that like the AI inference businesses buy, like the science people, the all that sort of stuff, because those cards are like $7,000.
Yeah.
But it's because you're getting a fat die with no cutdown and also like a crap ton of VRAM versus the consumer card.
Yeah, what was it, 92 gigabytes of VRAM or 96?
The newer Blackwell one's rumored to have 96.
Yeah, 96.
Yeah. I think Ada had 48, whereas a 4090 has what, 24?
32. Oh, 49, yeah, 24.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought you said
so 4090, I think the 4090 was really when Jensen decided, let's put the 90 tier card smack dab in the middle of the RTX professional line and the 80, like the 80 gaming card.
Yeah.
And then it became its own kind of like Halo product-y.
The
like,
5090 really just is an entry-level professional card. Yeah, that's really what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Especially like if you're hardcore into, like, I mean, yeah, a lot of the buzz that I keep seeing around is just, it's like a lot of AI people are just like, dude, 32 gigs RAM, nice. and faster RAM.
And there's that many
more cores.
And there's that many developers around, both big and small, huh?
Well, it's like, it's one of those things where it's kind of like ray tracing in video games, where it's just like I was telling you about how like RAM requirements for models and stuff, it's like either you have enough RAM or you buy a card that does have enough RAM.
Yeah.
Or you don't run your model. You know what I mean? And you can't like, do whatever people do with their things. I'm not that versed, but yeah, like it was weird seeing that 3090, like the 3090 Ti always felt like, oh cool, it really is the full fat gaming version of this card. You know what I mean? Like, here's give me the cut down version with like all the VRAM and all that sort of stuff. And then the 4090 was like, it had like 50% more cores than a 4080. And then now the jump between 5080 and 5090 core count wise is double, or more than double actually. The 5080 has literally less than half the cores of a 5090, which is, to me, like, it's crazy how they've made that gap between the 80 and the 90 so big now.
Well, reading some comments here, like Past His Prime in chat says, I'm getting over 200 FPS at 1440 with a 7900 XTX for less than 900. I can't imagine a 2000 card being worth it. That comment though bothers me, because he didn't say what game, he didn't say what settings, he didn't say what like the rest of his system is. It's just like, hey, guess what? In Counter-Strike 2, I'm getting 9,000 FPS.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing out a number.
Yeah.
I don't know whether the card would be worth it. Like, it just doesn't. You need to give more details on that. But I'm reminded of. Let's go all the way back to the Terry Crews build. Remember, that was when 1080 Ti.
SLI was the thing, right?
It was. But in the middle of that is when they launched the Titan Pascal. Right? The Titan Little P.
Big P. Yeah.
No, Little P was faster. That came out later.
Yeah.
That came out after the 1080 Ti.
Oh, okay. Okay, right.
And
Because the TIs were always a cut down Titan, basically, for the consumers. Yeah.
So the Titan, if I remember correctly, was faster than the 1080, but it was slower than the 1080 Ti.
Yeah.
And then the Titan X little PC,
that was the true full die.
which was fastest.
Yeah.
And I remember having this conversation with NVIDIA, like, hey, can we swap out these 1080 Ti's that you provided for Terry Crews for the Titan X P?
Oh, I remember this branding bit. Yeah.
And they were like, well, no, that's not a gaming card. I'm like, but it says GeForce.
Yeah.
That is your product line. Is the gaming line is GeForce. Oh yeah, but it's not a gaming line. It's like, but it's all the same infrastructure. It's all the same architecture. It's just a little more of every bit of it.
Yeah, it's like, does a game run on it? Yes. Then it's a gaming card.
It didn't have a professional BIOS or any of that crap.
Yeah, and even if it does, it'll still run games.
So then, but
we've all seen like Linus's videos on like running games on Quadro, on old Quadros and stuff.
But
like,
then fast forward,
it all works.
2000 series, they came out with the RTX Titan, which was just the gold one.
Yeah.
Didn't have a name or anything. It was still a GeForce card, and was still
that was like a 2090 basically.
but was still told not a gaming card. Right. 30 series they dropped Titan altogether.
Yeah.
And then they came up with the 90. But during that campaign, they were adamant that we test it in a professional environment for like rendering and editing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and it was weird
still,
because
it's not a gaming card.
Yeah.
So I feel like for 40 series, they just went, fuck it, it's a gaming card for the 90 tier.
Which is ironic because the amount of crap that they gave it, the amount of horsepower that they gave it, makes it a lot more of a prosumer card than any of the old Titans or 1080 Ti's and like the 90 Ti's and stuff like that.
It's almost like in that era between Titan X Pascal and 40 series, there was like an identity crisis with GeForce.
Yeah.
Like with the way that they were throwing those Halo products in there, but calling them not a gaming card.
It's so ironic too, because like the 5090 of all cards would feel the most Titan-y in name, considering its core count compared to like the next thing down in the line.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if they had the 5080 and then a Titan, it would make sense that the 5090 would be a Titan. Like the Titan kind of implies that like it's slightly different from a gaming card, and it's like most people are gonna see this and be like, this is not like. This is pointless to buy, you know what I mean? Because it's just so over the top.
You're probably the most appropriate person to ask this question to, considering you definitely have the more like, because you have several systems in your game room.
Mm-hmm.
They have like, you have your sim rig, you have your gaming system, whatnot. But you have probably the most reasonable builds out of the three of us, because you have two systems you're managing, right? So your highest end graphics card right now is what, a 3080?
3080.
Okay.
That's on the sim rig.
Seeing the charts and stuff, including the ones that you can't talk about, you would be, in my opinion, the demographic that 50 series is kind of appealing to, because your 3080 now is going on 5 years old. It'll be 5 years old later this year, because it came out in August of 2020.
Yeah.
So do you see yourself wanting to upgrade to a 50 series card?
I will say yes, but I wouldn't be upgrading my 3080. I'd be upgrading my 2080 Ti.
Interesting.
That would make sense.
Because you do mostly Assetto Corsa?
Yeah, Assetto and iRacing, but
you're not in a multi-monitor setup?
No, it's that single massive ultra wide.
If you were running a monitor, that's still technically a monitor.
He is pushing a fair amount of frames, or pixels, yeah.
You have basically two 1080p's. Or 1440, sorry. Two 1440s.
Yeah, wait, what resolution is that? Like ultra wide.
You're on a G9, right?
Yeah.
It's like 5K by 1080 or something.
Yeah. It's going to be...
It's probably 1440 by 1440.
Yeah.
5K by 1440, which is a crap ton of pixels, actually.
Well, and this is where the RAM on his card is going to be his limiting factor, too.
Right, yeah, the frame buffer.
But the thing is, your simulator's
closer.
not getting harder to run
No.
over time. If it's running at a...
Even with iRacing, the rain stuff, it hasn't been like problematic.
Okay. So what games are you playing on your main gaming system outside the sim rig make you go, okay, the 2080 Ti's got to go?
The most recent was when I played Jedi Survivor. And
Oh, okay.
when you guys were all on break. But
Ubisoft is known to also not have the
Jedi Survivor is a Respawn. And,
oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It's EA. Okay.
But
that's right.
it's Respawn. It's the good devs.
Yeah, I mean, there was like solid gameplay, but there are some points when I was transitioning from indoor to outdoor sections where like I could actually the game felt like it was chugging.
Yeah, I think
there were some outdoor sections.
Kobo is like the hardest zone. I think it's like it's got the most freaking
like
grass and crap. And
like jumping going from the garden down to like the lake bed and stuff. That was the most where I noticed I was chugging a lot. I'm like, okay, this is kind of weird, but I played through the rest of the game, like, ignoring that big jump.
It's like Ray's whole like I never knew there was green in the galaxy. I never knew I could get this low FPS in the galaxy.
Okay, but so would you try and get your hands on like say a 5070, 5070 Ti, or would you try and get yourself like maybe a used 4080?
I would probably do the used 4080 route, but that depends on pricing for like, the 5070 stuff.
Okay, but you already know that it's only going to be the advertised price the first time they're sold.
Yeah.
It's just like 9800X 3D.
I mean, you heard me when I was all like, wait, how much is a 4080 right now? And then like you heard me just on Amazon like, why is it $1,300?
Well, let's do this. Well, maybe still talking this through. I'm gonna go on eBay real quick. Not eBay. eBay.
That's a whole different thing.
If that means something derogatory, I apologize. I have no idea. I'm just okay. RTX 4080 on eBay right now. That is a gigabyte GeForce RTX 4080 Extreme water block for $700. It's Bed Zzz right now, not a buy. So here's a buy it now. Strix for $999. There's a buy it now 4080 Super for $1,099. It's new. So that's MSRP right there. Not MSRP, but that's it. Marked up. And by marked up, for those that are getting triggered in chat, yes, I know the FE is $999, but the AIB cards are always more. So the tough at $1,099, $100 premium. $800 for a 4080 Super right there.
Did you see the rumored prices?
Oh,
But that's 22 or 2 days left. What?
I was gonna say, did you see the rumored prices for the ROG Astro?
800.
I can think of other things to do.
But the thing is, if you're in a position
you like
in which
build a whole nother computer, you mean?
Yeah.
No, it's the best investment you ever make. When you put it in your 10,000, dude, Jensen's got to update it. It's gonna be a $20,000 computer now that he's putting $2,800 GPU in.
This is ridiculous here. A brand new 4080 Super tough.
Filter by sold though. Like what prices have they sold at?
I can look at sold.
I need to
people are saying in chat.
I don't eBay that.
No, I don't do that. Sort by. I don't know. You can sold.
Somebody asked about your case collaboration.
There is no case collaboration with anybody.
Yeah. There was, and then that company started acting bad. No more.
Yeah, so you still are gonna have to spend like $1,000 plus for a 4080, which is really dumb.
It's okay. I'm patient enough to not want a 40 or 50 series. Right
Tell me this is a scam without telling me this is a scam. Asus TUF Gaming NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 Super gaming graphics card. Buy it now, new for $699. The person's in China and they have zero feedback.
Suspicious.
You want to know how quick you can lose $700? As quickly as you can click buy now.
Yeah, how about you take your browser to java.gg instead of that specific one?
See, like going back to the graphics thing though, that it was only that one game that made me started showing like the breaks in the armor. Like,
yeah,
oh, okay, I should probably consider something.
Honestly, like when we were when you were joking about it too, and you were like, oh, you actually want to upgrade to like a 4090 if you want to try to find a 4090 or something like that. And then I was thinking about it and I'm just like, there aren't really games though that like make me want to upgrade. Like, I mean, I'm playing, you know, the good old J sentence of like, is the computer, you know, spinning up? Yeah, is the computer computering at the FPS that you want it to in the games you're playing? And then that answer is still yes for me in the 4080. It's just, I literally was like, when I was telling you, I was like, literally, it's just the FOMO of having a 4-digit core count number.
See, here's a
9728 cores instead of 10,000.
Here's a Gigabyte Aero, which to be honest is like their starter tier card. 4080 Aero OC for $999. Doesn't say it says new and sealed for $999. It's actually not bad. That person, also has 0 feedback. Never mind. I thought that one said it had. Thought that one said it had 1,000 feedback, but I guess not. Yeah, this is depressing. This is really depressing. Yeah, that one's definitely a scam. Also from China, 0 feedback. So this is why gamers are just so pissed right now, because prices and stuff are just. I mean, unless you're gonna go camp out at Micro Center, which right now, if you wanted a 5090 or a 5080, you'd have to get in line now. They're already lining up now.
Jeez. Oh, jeez.
And it's gonna be raining this weekend. We just drive by and be like, ha ha. I mean, do you really want to camp in the rain for a graphics card?
Oh yeah, it is raining this weekend. That sucks.
And then they gotta make it all next week. And then we're inevitably gonna hear. Actually, we're gonna be at Micro Center on launch day.
Oh yeah, you're right.
We're gonna be there at 6 in the morning. We're gonna see the chaos.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you what happens every single time there's a major launch. You get these freaking scalper boys showing up at the last second trying to cut the line, and turns into a big O issue, right? Because Micro Center doesn't get involved in the line. They're just like, hey, don't piss, don't poop on our property, don't mess up our property. We'll let you stay here, otherwise we'll make you all day.
Yeah.
But you also must sell yourself.
Yeah.
Especially when you get the scalper involved.
I mean, there's always that critical mass of crowd size, and then it just gets too high, and then.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat was saying Flight Sim 2024 is the only way to upgrade the GPU. The thing about flight sims and sim type games like that, they require a lot more balance to the setup.
Yeah, because there's a lot of CPU.
Yeah, there's still a lot of
CPU is important now.
And honestly, there's still just a lot of engine. I mean, there's tons of times in DCS and flight sim in which the GPU is underutilized and the GPU is underutilized. It's just waiting on other things. I/O, RAM. It could be data streaming. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's just it's disappointing a little bit to put on the VR headset and only be getting 30 FPS until you get off the ground and get high up enough in flight.
You got to get away from the ground because you need all those textures and the actual details of the 3D buildings and the moving cars and stuff.
And it's and a GPU upgrade isn't going to do anything for that, because I look up at my GPU util during those and it's 20%, 30%, and it's so the system isn't waiting on the GPU. So you might not the GPU might not be your upgrade path for that game. You got to really open up Afterburner, Present Mon, and just look at how your system's reacting, what it really needs. And again, the answer might not be hardware. It might just be the game just doesn't want to give you more frames for whatever reason, and it kind of sucks, especially in a VR headset.
I don't think people have really considered how important the internet connection is in that title too.
Yeah.
Since most of the world is now on the fly.
But even DCS behaved the same too, where it was just
DCS wasn't even very well multi-threaded either, though.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'd be anytime I was on a carrier, it was 20 FPS in the headset, which is don't turn your head too fast or you'll throw up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just, you're literally bracing you're actually launching a carrier, not because of the G-forces, but because you don't want to throw up from the frame.
I don't even remember if it was this summer or last summer that I picked up the F-15 Eagle because it was on sale, but I wanted to fly it, and then I realized because they were highlighting, you can use the interior buttons.
Oh yeah.
And then I loaded the VR, I'm I forgot.
You can't VR that game.
The resolution's so small for my headset. It's I still have to squint to see the button that I'm trying to push.
You don't want to be squinting as a fighter pilot.
Yeah, I know.
It's like that. It's like that old person using a computer meme, but it's a fighter pilot. He's is this radar range? Hold on.
Yeah, with the little reading lamp on top of it.
A random Scott in chat asked, Jay, if you're upgrading your home GPU, will you stay with the 14900K? To be honest, I don't work on that computer. I don't need the thread count. I live stream, but the thing is I live stream using the GPU NVENC encoder, so it's not even hitting the CPU.
Yeah, the 1590 has 3 of them now, apparently.
When I'm gaming and live streaming, which has admittedly been months since I've live streamed at home while playing games, but I would look at the CPU usage on my sensor panel, and it would be 7% CPU, right? And that's in the game. So, and that's overall CPU usage, obviously. But I feel like I could get away with the X3D. But I personally want to wait and see how the 9950X feels with its increased frequency.
I mean, at that point too, you probably have to upgrade your monitor because your frame rate isn't even
What can I do for you?
high enough on your monitor to take advantage
Don't
of
forget,
that.
my monitor is a 4K by 1600.
Yeah. But I'm
so
saying
it's an ultra wide, but
if
it's
you're going to
4K
upgrade
wide.
your CPU for higher top end FPS, Like, what's the point if you can't see it on the monitor, you know?
Knowing I can do it. I drive cars that can go way faster than I can take them, but I like knowing they can do it.
Yeah, but you still actually take it in Mexico when, you know, we're not on public roads over here.
Or passing school.
You actually, yes.
I have never taken any of my cars to their governor because neither of them have one.
I need a target.
They all got removed.
I just remembered.
Y'all got governors.
I'm the governor.
I just remembered getting my Mark III with its four-banger to its like 120. Dude, that thing was like, I was like, you don't want to blow up speeding up to it or slowing down from it, but like either way, like something's gonna blow up.
You carry the conversation. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I want to check something.
What are you checking?
I'm gonna see if the car I want still for sale. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh. Imagine.
That's a 9800 X3D.
Oh yeah, we gotta like cover our mic now because his mic's gonna pick us up, right?
Whatever.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like what I was saying, like I think his monitors are still just like 120 or 144, and it's like if he gets a 9800 X3D, it's like cool, 240 FPS with multi-frame gen.
Now what?
But you can't see it. So it's like pointless.
He's just gonna bring in one of the models that do like 360 megahertz.
Well, yeah, wait, don't we have? Oh no, that's Brian that had that weird, crazy 480 hertz monitor or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, but we have one from ViewSonic that's on the VR rating currently.
Oh.
So we might be able to pull
Wait,
that.
Wait, is that 360?
Yeah.
Yeah. We honestly use that for like multi-frame gen testing, because the monitors we have down here are 165 hertz, and like it was cool getting like 165 plus FPS in Cyberpunk, but I was like, I can't tell. 120 to 165.
Something real quick here.
What do you?
I got a briefcase of money. No. What the internet thinks versus what
is actual slow card.
The slow 4080. I had gifted Phil a 3090 and then broke it into a 4080, so here's yours to make it fair.
Oh.
Nice. Oh, you get the freaking spaceship one.
Spaceship,
that's sick.
Yeah. That's the
Dude, I'm actually kind of jealous. Nice.
Yeah, yours is water. Sort of. You need to repaste it.
I need to repaste it, and then I found out. So Jay's every time he uses it's like that black rubber automotive looking tubing that he uses for custom water cooling.
I love the industrial look of it, but it's so
every
thick.
time he uses it, he's like, dude, like these fittings are never coming off. And I always thought it was a joke until I went to repaste my GPU last night, and no, those fittings are never coming off. I'm like, dude, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna have to bring the computer in or something because I don't know what to do.
I don't remember which case you're running. Is that gonna fit in your gaming rig?
Yeah, it's the Corsair.
Corsair what?
500D or the Carbide.
5000D?
It's the old one. The really old one.
Oh, the Carbide.
Yeah.
It should fit.
Carbide?
Carbide
fiber.
That's the one that looks like the spaceship. So, speaking of spaceship, I was driving to the gym this morning. That's why I sent you that photo. Because what caught my attention was like...
Oh, yeah, of the literal spaceship.
Yeah, it was at... I went to the gym a little later today than normal, so I left the house about 6 a.m.
Somebody said nice, but where's ours, Jay?
All 2,391 of them are in the mail.
Yeah.
You get one. You get one.
You get a phone.
This ain't... What do I look like? Oprah?
You all get one. Dude, I can't. I don't think there's enough space on my island for my car to be restricted by its company. You can't get up to speed.
So...
Yeah, that was like my old four-banger.
So I'm driving to the gym this morning, and I'm look like straight out ahead of me in the sky. I just see like...
Oh, did you see like the dot coming down to land?
Well, first of all, I don't know where the boosters landed, but they landed somewhere very far south of Vandenberg, because Vandenberg's very far north of us, and I was facing south when I saw the booster coming back, and I saw the trail, and I just saw the...
Maybe it was on a drone ship landing.
Maybe, but I saw the rocket, and I'm like, what is burning? I'm like, my first thought was, that's a very slow moving like shooting star, right? That was my first thought.
And then you're like, is it slowing down?
And that should be streaking, not going straight down. I'm like, that was weird. And then I looked up and I saw the plume behind the rocket just getting like, you want to know what that shit looks like going across the horizon? That is insanely fast.
The upper stage,
like
looking plume, right?
So it had like it plumed way back there, but I saw it going across the sky, and it probably was 15 to 20 seconds from being right here over like LA to where it was so far south I couldn't see it. I was like, fast as that thing
Oh,
moves.
that
I
actually
don't know
makes
how
sense
fast it
because
moves, but
they launch a lot of polar orbits from the West Coast.
yeah.
So East Coast is more like equatorial.
And the crazy thing is, like, where I saw
It's too
the
far away.
boosters coming down to land versus where the plume in the sky was shows you how far they were still moving across the sky before they re-entered.
Yeah, the boosters, it's like, you probably saw the plume. Like, the plume usually appears like if the upper
They
stage is
landed
like
on a
here.
drone ship, yeah.
Okay, and then like a booster return to launch site is like, wee.
Can somebody tell me?
It's like a little tiny hot.
Can somebody tell me where the drone ship was? Because I'll be able to now know exactly how far away I see.
You should be able to, I know if you.
I was driving.
No, I know, but I'm saying like, you know, if you can do flight tracker, so like they have that for ships and stuff too. If you just look up whatever their drone ship name is, I think the one on this side might be. Of course, I still love you or whatever.
Like on my maritime map.
Yeah, you could
But
probably
I mean,
you could probably look up that ship and then just see where it was.
It kind of sucks because if I look now, obviously it's not gonna be there anymore.
Yeah.
But I can't look at this backtrack.
But yeah, if you look at the backtrack, it'll be very obvious because it'll just be like. And it just waits in the ocean for the.
I want to know where that drone ship was, though. I assume it was probably way
In
south.
the ocean.
Give me that back.
He gives you a 4060 instead.
Was I tempted to race it? Do you have any?
Jay
look,
would.
3, 2, 1, go!
Here's the
thing. Here's the thing.
Freaking second stage of a Falcon 9. 3, 2, 1, go.
Why are you racing it? We're not racing.
He
Yeah,
blinked.
he blinked.
Oh my God.
He blinked.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, but it was absolutely insane. And the crazy part was the fact that how fast it was optically moving, and it was moving away from me.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing.
That was how, like, I was able to catch a Vandenberg launch from my front porch, and that was the most obvious way to tell that it wasn't an airplane, because there's a point at which it just starts moving very obviously faster than any other airplane.
Too far away.
Yeah.
But the crazy part was, like I said, I way like over here was where the was in the sky. So I'm like, dude.
Yeah, the is probably the stage set between the
Yeah.
booster and then the second stage.
But it was so far away from there to where I saw the rocket coming down, like the booster coming down. So it was.
So they will do a drone ship landing in the ocean for the booster if the booster needs more throw on the on whatever the target orbit is for the thing. But if they need the most throw, then they'll just take them.
Greg says Falcon 9 has been beat before it even left the tower. Before it even cleared the tower, it's moving faster.
The New Glenn launch is actually the opposite. It has a very low thrust to weight ratio, and it's a very big rocket, like it's freaking like Starship size,
Yeah.
right? And like watching that thing lift off the pad is like, is it going? Yeah.
It's like some of my purple ones.
Yeah, exactly.
As
There's
long
all
as we
this
get the
fire,
momentum,
and
we'll
it's
finally
just like,
start.
you can like watch, and they have the video too. It's like, so I was like, oh, cool. We can literally see the 0 to 60 time. It was like 20 seconds.
Wow.
I need
To
to get
60
closer.
A freight train starting.
Yeah.
slow.
Oh yeah. It was like, and I'm like, dude, just don't be like one of those Russian ones where it just falls back out of the. So that was that one day. Remember when we were joking about taping the two rockets together because
I'm out
New
of
Glenn
range.
made it to orbit, but its booster crashed on the landing, and then SpaceX's
They inverted
booster
it,
got
yeah.
caught, and then the freaking gave the what was it, the Bahamas an
Dang.
awesome fireworks show.
No one's saying where the drone ship was in the ocean.
I'm out of range.
I have to assume that was probably out by San Diego somewhere.
Probably.
Because it was just a little flame dot coming down. And it was coming down fast, too. I was like, oh. That shows you how much it actually has to decelerate, right?
Yeah, it must have been really polar orbit then for the. I guess it makes sense.
Because they have to skim across the sky, right? Aren't they like kind of shitting out as they go?
Yeah. My favorite.
I mean, literally, Falcon 9 just shitting satellites, router satellites.
Dude, the early ones were so bad. Like astronomers were getting so pissed because they were so reflective.
Oh.
You would like try to take a picture of like some stars, and then you just get like a shit train of 13 like bright lights going through your image, and it's like totally lost.
Fighter jets deploying the flare.
Someone said the drone ship's typically off the coast of
Far away.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Dang. Okay. I
Must
now
have been
know
a really
exactly which
clear
direction
morning.
Baja is, but Oh,
I
it
guess
was
the
it
wind.
was a very
I
clear
guess
morning.
the wind helped because
It was a
we
very
didn't
clear
get
morning.
any.
There was zero moisture in the air today, so there was
Yeah.
no obstruction.
Oh.
That's also why the separation looks so nice there. And then by the time I got out of the gym, the separation jellyfish, it turned into like a sponge, like all twirly.
Yeah, and then you get all the next door posters like, oh my god, aliens!
It's the Chinese.
Yeah.
That's usually what we see. It's
Russia.
Oh, well, when you're,
I recently replayed LA Noire as like there's not this, you know when the factory explodes or whatever, and then your partner is just like, you think it's the red? And it's like, it's just, bro, it was a factory explosion. Chill. It's not a nuke.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so that was an interesting to wake up to today. I was kind of surprised I can see it considering the news I got about my eyes, but whatever.
Yeah.
Apparently I'm going blind. But we'll find out the level of blindness.
I mean, you own a telescope, right? You know like honestly, the biggest obstacle to seeing any sort of space stuff is just clouds.
Well, for me, it was like, if there's any sort of moisture in the atmosphere, like it makes everything look super fun. fuzzy and like you're looking at it through heat rise on the ground. So
Yeah.
when I was trying to look at Venus the other night, Venus had a little halo around it. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be really hard to see. And I looked through it and I was like, yeah, it was just a smudgy, like the planet. Even though I could tell it was a crescent, was just like.
And Venus
weird.
itself is already not really. There's not that many features on it, like on the planet.
Yeah.
It's very like just bland.
Yeah, but
No
then,
offense
when
to
I looked at
Venus.
when I looked at Jupiter, I was like, holy crap! I can actually see the lines on it. It was nuts. And I had put my 2x magnifier on my telescope finally, and my 38mm lens.
Nice.
Of optic. So I made it really big.
It's funny how like like when you get a telescope, you just kind of go through the whole like motions of like, oh, this is why Galileo couldn't stop freaking looking at this crap.
Yeah.
It's so big and obvious, and like you can learn so much about it.
It's just funny though, because obviously the telescopes, for those that are wondering, I'm just using like a Celestron Starlink or Star Trek 8 SE. So it's an 8-inch lens. I want to say it was like $2,200 for the whole kit.
They gotta make a tracker that you can punch in a rocket launch in. It just tracks it. That'd be
It's all-
sick. Yeah.
It's so fun. But anyway, it's crazy to me how the light sensitive mirrors and glass works. Because you look up at the sky and you're like, dang, Jupiter's really bright. And you look through the telescope, you're like, I can see 6 million in the telescope. Right? Granted, they're so small, but yeah, it was. I wish I had the iPhone, but the problem is trying to get the iPhone to focus and adjust to try and capture the.
Because the
faint
lens
details.
system shooting through lenses.
Right.
Especially because like modern phones always try to use like the LiDAR sensor and everything to autofocus. So it's like it's trying to focus on behind the telescope,
Yeah.
but like really it's trying to focus millions.
But I don't know
miles
of a camera I can use to attach to the I guess they make DSLR attachments, right? Because I need to be able to focus that myself. And adjust it.
Yeah, that'd be sick if you could just permanently slap A7 on there. Because that with the light sensitivity, that's pretty nuts. Yeah.
Literally use it for nothing. Favorite planet?
But
Citizens of ER.
When you went outside, don't talk that high, but the 360 megahertz monitor.
Megahertz? Wow.
VR.
360 hertz.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I was joking that like we kind of need a high refresh rate monitor for with a 3D because we can't say we've seen 300 FPS until we've seen 300 FPS. Even though it probably doesn't really feel that.
I'm so impressed though with how good monitor tech is, even when you go well above its refresh rate, and how good it is. Like they're still caring, but like back in the day, when you go back and look at some early YouTube videos, when I had a 60 hertz panel and I was playing Battlefield 3 at like 120 hertz, it was just like it was so smooth. It was bad. Like if I wiggled the mouse, you could see like all the.
It's just because you're seeing the frames for so much less time now because like 240 hertz is you're seeing the frame for a quarter of the time you would have on a 60 hertz monitor.
Yeah, so I guess you don't have to buy a card now.
Yeah.
I just look at eBay. I'm like, oh.
I guess now I have to buy it.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't really have a much of a far away. Is there a second on the wall, or is it just a vent?
No, it's like a plastic. It's an acrylic.
We have a lot of cases out there.
You can channel JC Sensors did a case review on this Fantex case that looks pretty sick.
Yeah.
I kind of like what Dimitri did from Harbor Canucks, though. He had a white one and a black one, and the inside is aluminum. And he took the silver from the white and put it on the black. And he put the black on
that's
the
why his looks so like.
Yeah.
His
he
looks like
swapped them.
freaking like like.
It's pretty neat looking.
Not gonna lie, I've been eyeing separate ones though.
For the alliance.
Yeah.
Like the
That'll
one
look
there?
sick too on the front of it.
Yeah.
That GPU.
I guess if space is important because it's a narrower chassis, but you're gonna have to get a different cooler and stuff for it.
Yeah.
Because what cooler are you running on your main rig?
It's some 360. I forgot the brand already. Pretty sure it was like a Corsair.
And you guys wonder why
Oh,
he
no.
doesn't participate in these conversations very much.
Sorry, it was an NZXT because it has the dual temperature gauge on it. I remember. So
Nick is like the most gamer out of all of us in that he literally
just wants
plays
it to
the
play
games the
games.
most. Yeah. Like the only.
I play PC Building Simulator in real life.
Yeah, like the only consideration Nick gives to hardware is like as he's building it, and then once it's built and then the games are playing, he's like, I don't care what I have. I don't know what I have anymore.
You know what's crazy though is like I'm getting the itch once again to like.
I remember I asked him like what GPU was in his. Sorry to cut you off. What GPU was in his work computer because it was that one with the weird angle GPU. And I forgot what Radeon we'd put in there. And he was like,
that's a 6800 XT.
Well, you were just like just looked at it. You were like, Radeon. Just like dying laughing.
Yeah, that was.
I was like, I mean, yeah, I guess.
That build was built to showcase the collaborative effort between EK Waterblocks and AMD when they launched RDNA 2.
So that was 6950 XT.
No, he's 6800 XT is what.
Oh,
his is.
6800.
Yeah. So
still a freaking solid card too.
And the reason why you haven't gotten like an easy upgrade for your work system is because it's all fully water cooled.
Yeah.
Whereas because Phil's system has to be serviceable quickly, he just has air cooled cards.
All air cooled, yeah.
But on the priority list too, we kind of need a Phil computer versus a Nick computer.
I was actually wondering like what your thoughts are if we were to build another editing rig, but it was one of the Threadrippers and a 5090. Like, how much do you like being on the 14900K versus having like the raw horsepower of like the Threadripper? Or are you a little concerned about taking on the AMD nuances again? Because every time it seemed to really like screw you with the work times.
It wasn't really. I don't know if it was more AMD nuances or more like
the AMD versus Adobe.
As soon as we built it, like Intel would come out with something that was like faster core clock, and then that ended up being more relevant to editing because core count isn't really relevant to editing that much. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. There's not much multi-threading in Premiere, but so like a Threadripper. I mean, it would be cool. Like,
but think about the amount of RAM you can get on that system.
I know, right?
I would.
But I already have 128 gigs.
So. Are you on 120 on that? Oh, I didn't realize we put you.
Yeah.
But you can't run them at XMP, huh?
No, I don't think so. But still, like, yeah, I mean, it would just be bragging rights. It's not like it affects the workflow that much. It's like.
Well, that was a short-lived idea then. like we have those Threadrippers, and I don't know what to do with them. Like they're just
build one for bragging rights.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't even help in like
because the
3D Mark
the clock speed's like too slow.
Well, they're faster. They hit 5 gigahertz.
Yeah.
They came up quite a bit. Remember back in the day they were like 3.8.
Yeah. Oh God.
You know, but they're hitting 5 gigs now all core. Which is nuts. But it's also like a 360 watt socket before overclocking. So, or 300 watts, something big like that. Although that sounded like a lot until the numbers with Intel's desktop CPUs.
Hey there.
But I think when we overclocked it, remember the water was like 600 watts in that socket or something.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Like the Threadrippers are just fun as like. It's fun in like a 5090 way of fun of like it's awesome to mess around with hardware that is at the top of its game. Like it's just like that. I think that's been. This launch cycle, the 5090 has actually been so interesting to me just because of that fact. Like the whole cooler design, all that sort of stuff. I've been eating all that up and like watching all the videos on it and like Steve's teardown and wow, that looks awkward, Nick.
Have a good one. You good?
I moved my face away from the mic to drink.
It just looked weird because he also took his face off camera, so all you see was him leaning.
Yeah, he was like.
I knocked the mic over, like.
That's not upside down.
It was like this.
Oh.
Yeah.
I looked over and it was already right side up.
Rainbow Siege players always leading.
But yeah, going back to my home rig though, what I started to say is I'm getting this wild hair of wanting to just downsize the case again. Like it was fun to bring Skunkworks back, and I feel like I would kind of leave that build together as it sits now and put it with some of the other showpieces.
Mm-hmm.
But
and finally let it actually be a showpiece.
Yeah. And leave the 4090 in there with the Optimum block and all that sort of stuff. But I kind of want to build something that's more like kind of dense, but really well thought out.
I think we need like a lower TV stand.
Yeah, I know. Or I really should have put that TV higher.
Or we could just make like a now that the front room doesn't have the sim rig in it anymore, like just the showroom, like a cigar lounge kind of deal.
So I could just go in there and be like, look at my
Yeah.
right?
This one's Betty. You know why we call her Betty? It's like going through all your trophies.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what case I would use, though, honestly.
The Suppo one looks pretty nice.
No. The Suppo one would be terrible for open loop.
It still cracks me up that the mushroom build is faster than Skunkworks.
Yeah.
In like both ways.
No, not in CPU.
Oh,
I have a
wait.
14900K that's overclocked.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Right?
But you could put a 14900K in there.
I could.
It would push that cooler.
But spoiler alert, that card was very warm in there. It was very warm in
It
there.
was within spec.
Yeah, once you went in and really ramped up the fans.
Well, I didn't actually have to do it manually. The auto fans kind of kept it at 80. And then everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, 80 degrees, the hotspot. Fun fact, we can't even tell what the hotspot is anymore because they got rid of the
Yeah, there actually is no hotspot sensor on it. Maybe that was by design. I don't know. You know, it runs so much cooler though than I think we all expected, to be honest.
No, that cooler, that FE cooler design is a work of art and like just engineering marvel for sure. Like that thing is so freaking cool.
I won't do an FE though, water cooled build. I don't think I'll go through all that teardown.
I don't even think people are gonna make water blocks for the FE.
I don't know.
The triple PCB thingy with the flex cables seems so sketchy.
It is. I kind of skimmed through Steve's teardown today. I haven't watched it in detail yet, but I'm curious.
Although you could get freaking creative and make some cool looking water blocks if like you had like the water circulating around the edges where the flow through would be on an FE. You know what I mean? And then go into the middle or some crazy stuff or do some other crazy stuff. Otherwise, it's just going to be a really tiny square of a block.
Which, let's face it, I think a lot of people in chat that are into open loop water cooling with me would agree. If you take a giant card like the Strix or the Astral or the OC from like Gigabyte or the Aorus and all that, and then you create a final product that's like half the size, you're like, oh. Because let's face it, we know the physical size of the card doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We know right now that the 5090, which is only a little bigger than my phone in surface area, is faster than anything out today. But damned if the E-Peen doesn't make you go, but I want it to be big.
Yeah.
You know? Because here's the thing, even the custom cards, like their PCBs are not that long. Like if you look at the roundup of all the custom boards that are out there, they're not that long.
I think honestly, like the most visually impressive my computer looked was when it had the air-cooled 3090 in there.
Because it filled it out.
Yeah, it was literally like, this is the maximum GPU it will fit.
I am speaking from experience because Skunkworks is a giant dual-loop system.
Yeah, and you
with
have
a 280 rad and a 560 rad in the bottom, and a 480 rad at the top. And I took my 4090 Strix and took the cooler off and put on the optimum the optimum block, which made it half the length.
And you can only have one GPU nowadays. Like back in the day, it was a lot easier to fill out the inside of the case.
Well, I could
with, like,
have
4
two
GPUs.
if I was a developer or someone using it. I could have two. There would be a use for
technically, there's no
that.
limit. You can have 4 if you want.
No, there is a limit because most of the motherboards, unless you buy a workstation board, don't have but one 16X slot.
Oh, right.
So most of the workstation boards can give you those, but
4 5090s, and then it's just like 3 of them are running at X4.
yeah. So content we have coming up though, for those that are wondering, the Mushroom D airflow / temperature testing in a small form factor. We're going to be testing Gen 4 versus Gen 5 PCIe for obviously performance loss because it is a true Gen 5 16X card.
First time a GPU's actually been like, you know, Gen 5 certified.
And testing various riser cables to see what does and doesn't work, because we were having a problem, as I said, with our riser, specifically the Elmore Labs measurement tool.
Right.
But I want to know now, like, what risers maybe do and don't work. Because I saw some discussion about that, and someone was saying that it is probably related to the fact that there's a riser cable within the card as well, so it goes from like Gen 4 to Gen 5, etc. But that shouldn't matter whether it's a cable or soldered traces. The pinout should be the pinout.
Yeah.
But it's like, for instance, our board, and so the card itself, I know Asus cards, the Astral card specifically, I don't know if they all do. Asus told me today that their card has onboard switching. It onboard detects the gen of the slot that it's in, and it onboard switches its gen bandwidth on card.
Isn't that just called backwards compatibility?
There's something specific taking place on the card.
Huh.
I don't have the review guide of the nuances or the card, but I want to learn more about that because Steve and I did confer with Steve about whether or not his Elmore Labs and riser cables were doing the same thing with his 5090. It did. So it wasn't just an isolated instance with us. He verified he's experiencing it too. So I really want to know now, are we going to start seeing some potential backwards compatibility issues with riser cables that maybe are included with cases? Or like, for instance, like we were talking about today, the Height Y70, you have to use their riser cable because it's a low profile one.
Right.
So are we going to start running into people's systems? Because what I was experiencing when the riser cable and card were not operating correctly together was random system hangs, choppy sound, because I was running, even though it's hooked up to the monitor, it's using the monitor cable, GPU for the sound. I was dealing with, anytime I put it, like, would launch Furmark, it would run for about 3 seconds and crash. I was dealing with artifacts on the desktop. So I did try it with both the riser card, and when I say riser card, I mean the power meter tool, because I had that hooked up directly, and it was doing the same thing. I'm like, that's weird. So I then took a cable mod Gen 4 riser cable and took off the power meter and was getting the same behavior. So that's why I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, especially because with the whole SFF push of like all of these new cards being 2-slot, that's going to be more cases in which it's more likely to have a riser. You know what I mean? Like those NZXT H1 style tower cases all have riser cables. Like my old Fantex Evolve Shift had a riser cable because it was on the like any SFF toaster style or tower style, you know, is gonna have a riser cable involved, and then that would suck if that suddenly there's big compatibility issues.
Now, one thing I didn't try, which Steve didn't mention he tried either though, is going into the motherboard and setting the gen to Gen 4 because it should auto detect.
Yeah.
But there could be an issue of it saying, hey, it's a Gen 5 device, but obviously a Gen 4 riser cable would be the limiting factor.
Yeah.
But I still would really like to just measure the power at the socket as well.
Or it could just be like false positiving itself and being like, oh yeah, no, this is all Gen 5 hardware, and then it's pushing Gen 5 signaling through older, crappier cables.
Yeah. So that's something I'm planning on testing while I'm continuing testing for products that are soon to be released. I'm so over testing right now. Like I have like 60 hours. I have like 60 hours of testing for that 15090 review. Although I think the feedback we're getting is positive.
Yeah.
People found it useful. There was a typo in the chart. It said RTSX 4080. I don't know how that happened, but it's fixed now for future charts. But you know, the fact that we showed, you know, true power draw, frequency over time, temperature. I actually followed an outline that I wrote. That way I would stop relying on memory for things. And I still forgot to talk about a couple things I wanted to, and it was still a 32-minute video.
That's funny.
But the like ratio on that video is actually very, very positive. It's over 98.5% like.
Nice.
Channel average is 98.1 for those that are wondering. But yeah, so I felt like it was worth it.
Oh, somebody said Hardware Connects already did a riser test, so we could check that out. See what.
I mean, I'll check it out to see what their findings were.
Yeah.
After I do my own testing, because I try not to watch other people's stuff.
So you're more agnostic to it.
Well, that way I'm not influenced by maybe something they experienced.
Yeah.
Because I try to, I kind of go content consumption dark during review cycles like this.
Makes sense. Like don't like taint your own opinion with others first. Yeah.
No, a riser cable thing is all fact. It's not really opinion, but yeah, I'm just curious as to what the performance loss is. I'm assuming it's probably going to be, in some instances, maybe up to 5%, to be honest. Because Gen 4 16X versus because I thought, honestly, I expected to go Gen 5 8X, not Gen 5 16X, which is what it's doing, even with our M.2 slot in there. Now, that's one of the reasons why I'm happy that I'm testing on X870E board.
All the PCI lanes.
Because I have the PCIe lanes to allow us to get M.2 Gen 5 by 4, as well as a Gen 5 by 16 for the slot. So that's other stuff we didn't even talk about in that video, because we could have talked for an hour and a half about things that you need to consider with that card.
Yeah.
Because if you're running an older system, you know, one, you're going to be running a Gen 4. You're going to be running at Gen 4 speeds. You could lose some performance, but, you know, that's another topic too, is like once you put in more than one M.2, they'll drop down.
Very good.
You know,
Okay.
for older boards, you
Very
could lose
good.
that Gen 5 speed entirely just by putting, a Gen 4x16 card.
Yeah,
there's
like
a
my-
lot of different things.
It's like my 4090 on my edit rig right now.
It's at Gen 4 by 8? Or 6?
It's Gen 4, yeah, by 8.
Yeah.
Because I have freaking 5 NVMEs in there.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 NVMEs. But yeah. The PCI lanes, we were not spoiled by PCI lanes up until like Core Ultra and the modern Ryzen stuff.
That's about the only real benefit, platform benefit to going with something like Core Ultra or X7 is more native Gen 5 lanes.
Yeah, you could probably slap that 5090 into the lock-in system with the insane range
Yeah.
and still be running a Gen 5 16X.
Yeah. Well, what kind of questions you got over there, Nick, from our Discord?
Oh boy.
Oh wait, I forgot to do this.
This is the FTFA section of the show. It's from
It should be FTFD, from the frickin' Discord.
Oh yeah, we should. We could probably change that. Yeah. Okay.
Every question I'm gonna do it. All right, Nick, what's question number one?
I got to say this, but you guys really gotta read the rules.
Oh, are they posting like a book?
Well, not even that. It's like
Can you look at this part for me, Jay?
like, let's ignore the tech. Like, I've just been deleting like the tech questions. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. There we go. I've just been deleting the tech questions, but yeah. Read the
we
rules.
want tech questions on a tech show. What the hell's wrong with these people?
Well, I said like try to keep it fun, you know, versus something we kind of do because there's one guy. This is going to be more of a rant from me, but he's all like, "I like to understand if there's any way of making RTFM more regular," and it's literally the only thing I consume regularly from the channel, and I really like this personality-based, half tech, half whatever banner with a less serious note. And like my first knee-jerk reaction was like, "Yo, dude, this is like the special features of a DVD. If you get it, you get it." Like.
I mean, we aim for weekly.
Yeah.
It's just obviously during the holidays we're going through a hiatus, and then the first part of this month has literally just been. I have hardly been in the last 2 weeks. I think I've been to my office an hour total. My office has been the test bench for the last 2 weeks, and it will continue to be that way for the next 2 weeks because the next launch cycle of cards, and then we know the 5070 stuff is coming out soon. We know AMD stuff is coming out soon, so it's gonna be like non-stop.
I mean, it's always like that for GPU launches.
I don't mind it though because I'm actually having a lot of fun with this new whole methodology.
And the charts fill up.
That's just a bonus, but they also fill up themselves when you copy paste names of charts and you actually copy RTSX 4080.
But like the amount of hype I heard, like whenever you were in the office upstairs, I just heard that woo because like
It's done.
The chart just populates.
It's too far away.
It's like the best part, like the highlights.
Yeah.
Like okay, I know he's making good progress. It's not like the oh no something.
You've also heard a lot of damn it, God,
yeah.
damn it. I did something wrong or I didn't follow the outline which I worked very hard to create, and I'll just be like working on autopilot, but then I'll forget like this one title, like to change this one setting.
But there's a lot less of that compared to like
there's a lot less of that because the charts auto-populate now. And I'm filling in the data. I can see when something is like, why is the 4080 beating the 5090?
Yeah.
Oh, because I completely effed this up, and
but,
I can.
Jay, it's been day and night because even back when you had me doing the 3000 series, it's like every other chart is like, Nick, did you do this? I'm like, I don't remember, and then we have to go back. Like, there's a whole other extra step that happens.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, not only is everything, like I said, going to be completely outlined. I'm looking at software to have basically you follow it in the software. You can actually check off the steps as you go. I'm also looking at automating the actual frame movement in the game because remember, half our titles now are games that are being benchmarked in the game, obviously, and we have to load a very specific save and follow a very specific path, and it has to be as consistent as possible back and forth. And
yeah, you have to make sure the test bench is fed in other.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to actually. It's just it bothers me seeing the sandwich because I was like,
Well, also you can't die during a benchmark run because then that's nothing.
Well, you don't die. It's just if you get attacked, you don't regen health.
That's what
But anyways, having that be consistent as possible back to back means that
our data is that much more accurate. If we're talking like 0.5% of variance, that's still 0.5% we can have control over if I'm automating those runs.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to even start experimenting with the automation until after this review cycle, because right now it wouldn't save me time, it would cost me time. So that's all I'm waiting for. But I'm excited to start playing around with it.
But yeah. Oh, someone. There we go.
There you go. Nice.
Chocolate or vanilla?
It depends on the thing.
Yeah.
No.
Vanilla.
Chocolate. But it's weird because ice cream, I would say,
squirrel? Squirrel? Well, like Neapolitan.
How about white chocolate or?
I like white chocolate.
Yeah, for chocolate.
Yeah, you do.
I'm gonna hide in the corner considering all of my exes are white.
Did you say white chocolate?
Yeah.
We're all three white chocolate. White chocolate gang.
White chocolate for chocolate. If not then like hazelnut, then yeah. Like milk chocolate is like the most like.
Because here's the
normal.
like for me, hazelnut, like legit Swiss chocolate hazelnut.
Yeah.
Or German hazelnut.
Dude, I'll eat
all
a
day.
whole jar of Nutella. Like hazelnut's so
I don't play
good.
around.
Yeah.
I always sound like minions. They're like, ooh.
See, it's weird though because like chocolate milk, for me, ice cream, like a good vanilla is like my favorite ice cream. Which is
I
weird.
like vanilla ice cream if I'm going to accessorize it with something. Whether it be I don't know, chocolate topping or magic shell.
Yeah.
Or
It's a good base.
what I actually like, and I don't eat any of this anymore because I can't because I'm so lactose intolerant. But like when I would and did eat ice cream, I actually like, and this is the most fattening thing. I think I'm preaching to the proper choir here in chat.
And us.
Vanilla ice cream with the butterscotch and hot fudge.
Hosier presents
I don't have a
Unreal
target.
Unearth Tour 2025 live in Toronto at Rogers Stadium September 10th. Sign up now for pre-sale access at hosier.com.
Or the hot fudge magic shell, together.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't had.
My mom would always get mad.
You haven't had magic shell? Have you ever been to Dairy Queen?
Yeah.
You know they dip the thing. That's magic shell.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can just buy it.
It just hardens. Yeah. It's by Smuckers.
Okay.
You can buy it, and then you can also be angry like my mom because like it would last maybe 2 days.
Because you're like, here's my ice cream and here's my.
Yeah.
You're like chiseling it off the bowl
I
to
know.
eat it.
You're basically just making your own chocolate bar because it's freezing in there.
Yep. Dude, I take it serious. Like, I would like, you know, how, like when it comes to like cocktails in a shaker, there's a very specific like shaker motion you need. Yeah. I was very specific on the way. I'm not gonna demonstrate this because you'll look bad on camera. I would shake the bottle a very certain way, then put it in the microwave for like 10 seconds to soften it up
Oh my
more.
God.
Then shake it more, and then I had a very specific like crisscrossy pattern, and then a perimeter squirt.
Dude.
Around the bowl.
That just sounds like my 3D printer going back.
Yeah.
That's how I got to 500 pounds, if you're wondering. So
You're like, it's like the, you're like manually making a vignetta.
yeah, yeah. Look, the ice cream was the accessory to the magic shell. Okay, I'm just saying.
Vignetta was also like the most like weirdly, like they advertised it so upscale, even though it's just basically just ice cream lasagna.
Arturo in chat, his sister is a monster. He said, my sister once stored the bottle in the fridge. The magic shell?
Oh.
Because it's temperature reactive.
Yeah, so it's just a brick.
Yeah, so you have to microwave it at that point.
That's funny.
Dang.
Okay. I was like, go.
Yeah.
Nick forgot.
Yeah, I
Dead air.
forgot.
Nick,
My thing turned up. Hold on.
push the reset button.
What's the longest you ever took to do a personal PC project?
I don't know how to answer that question, honestly. Probably the most recent Skunkworks, only because I was building it separate from a system I already had together. So my personal rigs in the past have always been like, oh, I need to get it done within 2 or 3 days because I'm building this out of parts I'm taking out of the system. But the most recent iteration of Skunkworks was built while I still had Nebula together.
Oh,
or no,
right.
Black Ice. Black Ice was together. Nothing got reused from that system, except for the main drive.
Yeah.
But
But I mean,
like-
I hardly use my system at home right now anyway, so I could totally get away with. But I'll be building if I build a new system for myself, it'll be separate from Skunkworks. Because like I said, I would love Skunkworks to stay together as a
it is
showpiece.
now, yeah. The final.
But it has a 4090 though. It's very useful. You know what I mean? It's like it could totally move on somewhere else. But
The desk.
the desk on the desk is everything.
Just
The desk build.
Just put a 5090.
No, but
Just
if
put
I take the parts out of it, Nick, it's not living on.
Just put the
doesn't have to-
5090 in my edit rig, and then you can take the 4090 out of it.
No. No.
Here's what we'll do, dude. We'll find the highest. I'll 3D print. We'll make it look like it's still together.
You gotta 3D print 3 Jensen brackets so that we all blend in.
That's it. I'm installing a freaking turret in the ceiling that when it's armed, it's gonna. But it's gonna shoot.
For 90.
It's not gonna shoot bullets. It's just gonna shoot like numbing darts. So you just become a blob on the ground.
No, just shoot invoices. The moment you touch the card, it's like, all right, cool, $2,000.
Okay, here's a good one.
Do you take a firm?
I take I take a firm wad of cash.
Can I do Central 2 and 4 for this $1,000 GPU?
What factory would you like to go and see? That's non-tech.
Oh, non-tech.
Well, no, or like any factory. I think like I should rephrase
Mike
it.
Boo in chat wants to know when JTC track day is. Ironically, the discussion that just took place today at our closed door meeting, right?
Yeah.
You can fill him in.
I'll actually get to this today.
Oh, yeah.
We're buying him a track car.
You guys going on a date?
He's getting a track car.
What? What car? That's not that.
DK9?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, like
I've had some hatches ride the ass of the Z01. Okay.
Yeah.
He sent me pics. It's like a legit Civic Type R swap.
And it's gonna weigh like nothing.
Yeah. So.
All he's doing is.
I need.
It's already swapped.
Man owning his own shop going right to his head.
It's too far away.
No, it's sick. I'm excited to fucking get it, and I'm excited to see him on track.
Hector's running spoon engines, dude.
We could finally track by each other. While
If I wanted to do a custom case paint job, would he paint it?
Probably just like get them to pay for the materials.
Yeah, but I mean, would you do it?
We could ask. Hey, Mike, would you do it? He's in chat. We can
I'm not
ask.
actually asking. I'm just letting the seed plant in his brain.
Yeah.
After he gets through all them Toyota warranty jobs. I mean, it has to be Mike's idea for it to root. You know.
Then the only color you're getting is championship white.
Oh, that's because that's the ones that are getting repainted, huh?
That's still be a sick PC case. Chap white.
See, Phil gets it.
It sounds boring though.
You're boring.
I just get a white case already.
All right. Okay, so I can rephrase the factory question, like if you were to make your own how it's made episode of something you're interested in, what would you go?
You got
make
my
it of?
attention.
HRE wheels.
That's fair.
Yeah, because I've been there already. I got to take a tour when they did their open house. Just typically they'll piggyback on with some of their shows, like Big Euro's been there, Southwest Cars and Coffee's gone there. But when they do their open house and let you in to like see like here's the monoblock that turns into the forged barrel, and our multi pieces. Here's where the faces get manufactured. Here's where we manufacture the hardware. Like I got to see the spaces, but I didn't get to follow anything like through production.
Like a whole, okay.
Yeah.
They're big giant CNC.
that are like bigger than this room for one wheel.
Well, and the forging presses too.
They were, yeah. Well, no, they actually get the, if I remember correctly,
It's too far away.
It's already forged. They get the billet.
Okay. From
They get like the
factory,
slugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they mill everything there. So.
Because I remember when I did Raise. I mean, this,
yeah.
this was like almost a decade ago at this point, but it was like, I knew Raise and BBS were the only ones that had 10,000 ton press machines.
Yeah.
And so seeing one of those.
What does the ground feel like?
Dude. It's just, you're already just like looking at this thing that's like as big as a 2-story house, but it's a machine just to press one wheel, which is insane. And then, you feel it right through the ground. It's just.
But I think it would be fun.
And then it comes out, it's all fire, and like, it's the coolest. It really looked like, and that's what I ran with the vibe for all the footage that I was shooting at the time. But like, just think. Like the One Ring being cast in Mordor, like that's what like the vibe of like seeing all fire and pressing and like the actual like thing going from a disc to which I don't know that first step of like when it first has the shape of the and everything, but like the milled and stuff.
Yeah,
that's
they just look like big round giant pumps.
Yeah, it's like an Oreo cookie of like the design of the wheel. Yeah, okay. So that's what HRE gets from them.
HRE gets them in different sizes. So if they're dealing with a monoblock, it's already slightly wider than the different, because they don't want to waste material, right? So they have their widths that are set for the size wheels they already order, up to like 15-inch wide for like delivery applications, or 6.5-inch wide for skinnies or whatever.
Here, Nick, I'll give you perspective on how big the 10,000 ton press machine is. I did one shot indoors. Just to show the entire thing. That was the only way I could show the entire thing. Inside the warehouse. It was insane.
So if it's a monoblock wheel...
No, this was the Fed. They didn't do anything fun with the
If it's a monoblock wheel, they start with a slug that's big enough to make the whole wheel out of.
Yeah.
Right? For the two-piece wheels, they have barrels that they make that are all set aside. And then they have... And it depends on whether or not it's exposed hardware or hidden hardware on the way that's made. And then they have like these would look like giant aluminum poker chips, right? That they make the faces out of, and then they just put it all together.
It's cool. It reminds me of like jewelry, but big.
Yeah.
You know, because when you think of jewelry, you always think of like the dudes with like the little white gloves and all like super tiny things. But like that's really what kind of wheels are for car guys. It's just like it's our blades. Yeah. But like it's cool to see that much care go into something that's probably gonna get curbed. Or even just in general, something that is going to be in contact with the ground and just getting beat up that much. Seeing like first off, like with forged wheels, just the amount of forces at play to just get a piece of metal.
The crazy thing is like, the other half of it too is what is the quality of the finish of the wheel, like the anodizing process, or the because a lot of aluminum wheels are getting some anodized or painted or powder coated. Now the HREs are powder coated, but it's such I don't know how to explain it. Like the blasted finish, because you can order HREs in a polished/smooth finish, or you can order them in a textured or blasted finish. And that's easy. They blast the shit and they're with media and they're done. It takes a lot of labor to polish out the face, especially if it's an intricate face. But their powder coating is thin enough to where all of that blasting texture is lost. It doesn't just look like orange peel. It's all there. But it's hard enough to where I can see on both R and R6 where something has hit the wheel. But it's like the tiniest little pinprick of a spot with no other damage around it.
You would love another section of the Raise factory that I got to see was their like damage testing.
Like reef bin. Oh, okay.
You would love that.
Like trying to bend the wheel and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, they have like full on like wheel guillotines that like just have weights and like hard metal edges on them, and then they just drop them straight on the rim.
Because they should either bend or cut, but they should not shatter. Yeah. It's shattering that they're testing for, right?
Yeah. And just basically like you want to watch a wheel get curved like 10 times harder than you ever would in real life by a machine that's like specifically designed to torture the wheel.
I saw someone on Facebook Marketplace the other day selling a TE37 that like the barrel looks like it was just like folded up on itself. I'm like, how the heck? And why are you selling it? Like
that would make sense. I mean, that happened in my Gram Light, the Ray Gram Light.
No. This one was like
really tacoed over.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think gremlites are
still raised.
are not forged. Wait.
It's flow form.
Yeah.
Gremlites are flow form. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
Okay, so that's
It's like in between.
Yeah.
It's still cast, but it's dead.
Yeah.
All right. Any non-card questions before we start getting attrition here?
I guess that would be it.
That's all anyone has? Or there's too much, or like
There's too much.
What CPU should I use with this combo?
I deleted those ones, and the rest are basically car stuff.
Wait, you deleted those ones?
The tech questions.
Nice.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it is a tech show, but we talk tech. We talk tech all the time. I don't want to talk tech today. Yeah.
I want based off CES.
Oh wait, go ahead. We'll just see. I'm just curious.
With CES.
I mean, to answer the factory question for me, it would probably be something like NVIDIA R&D. Like, that's sort of like, I mean, you know, if it was like maybe 5 to 10 years ago, it would probably be Apple R&D, just because like that was like, I mean, I was like super into at the time.
Seems more like NVIDIA now.
Yeah, I mean,
especially
honestly,
with that cooler.
I sent that cooler video that NVIDIA made to Mark, and I was like, dude, they're keeping the Johnny Ive like White Room video like vibes
It's
alive.
still there.
Yeah. It's always cool to see engineers talk about cool fucking shit that they made.
TechHev is saying it'd be interesting to see what 3D Mark's PCIe test shows on PCIe Gen 5 on that card. I didn't know they had a PCIe test. I've never looked at.
I've never scrolled down to that area.
I've never looked at like the weird.
I did on accident once, and I was like, wait, there's a direct storage test?
What is
Yeah. It's like finding a new corner in your grocery store. You're like, where the fuck did they sell any of this?
All right, Norbert Colon.
Wait, I want to.
But the guy's name is Norbert Colon. We have to ask him. We have to listen to Norbert Colon here.
What's your favorite cheese?
Yes, what is your favorite cheese?
I'm lactose intolerant, but provolone.
Parmesan.
I think I'm down for the Mott's.
Actually, I was just gonna say a mix of provolone, or not provolone, but mozzarella and Parmesan. I like Italian food. Italian's my favorite food, and if it doesn't have the mozzarella on it, then it's not.
Or like a good Gouda.
Gouda.
I'm doing pretty good. How are you? So you like the white cheese? It's like you like the white chocolate.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I changed my answer.
Well, you don't want any of the chocolate cheese.
You look over.
I like the milk chocolate.
You look over. He's all eating a Baby Bell.
Like, okay, it's weird. I won't do cheese like straight cheese like that.
Yeah, I don't just. Back in the day, I used to just pick up the block of cheddar and be like, "How?" But not so much anymore.
I was about to make a joke that I was like, I think that's a white people thing, but then, then you said it. You just eat a block. But I don't know if that
Look,
could
these
be...
are old eating habits